and welcome to the Actual Tech Media EcoCast. My name is Jess and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information that I want to cover with you. All right, let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. So if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Now, keep in mind that if you do have any technical issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on today, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you, so throughout today's EcoCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over a live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentations. Now, if we don't get to your question during the live webinar today, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us will be following up after we wrap. All right, next up, there's going to be lots of cool aha moments on the EcoCast today. And if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there on your audience console, and the hashtag for today's EcoCast will be automatically added to your post. All right, our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the handouts tab for some awesome resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection, solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. Now, if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes that we'll be giving away throughout today's EcoCast. I'm going to tell you a bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. First, you do need to be here live in attendance at the EcoCast in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all of you after we wrap. Now, all winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, if you don't know what those full T's and C's are, that's fine. We've got the full thing for you. Just head on over to that handouts tab, click in, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find them waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we actually have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. So in today's EcoCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our live sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all questions asked after we wrap the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and you would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about your big win, and we'll get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the EcoCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going, so let's connect on social media. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and on LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content and resources right after we wrap the EcoCast today, be sure to subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and, hey, grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or a coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you'll find a link to do that right in your handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected at the end of the webinar. And both you and your coworker or friend could win a prize, and we hold those drawings every month. So be sure to refer a friend because, hey, it could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for all the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your handouts tab, fill out a quick application, and the Actual Tech crew will then match you with some vendors that we think you should probably be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you get to choose to join in, like surveys, test runs, new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you'll learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker on your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you all about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find out everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, prevent, and recover. This site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. Go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and as I said, they are completely free. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in that handouts tab as well. All right, well, we have covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in. So let's get going.
Thank you, Jess, and happy Valentine's Day, everyone. First question of the day, first chance for some audience feedback. Have you sent your Valentine something sweet? My wife got me the most beautiful card and dark chocolate, the only kind of chocolate a diabetic like me should really be eating. She is the best. Now, there's another reason this day is extra sweet. We have got the Cloud Security Fest 2024 Summit going on. Now, does it get any sweeter than that? I don't think so. Now, I want to start by saying a big thank you to all of you attendees for joining us today on the event. We have got a dream team lineup of vendors in the cloud security space. And that means you will be hearing from, look at this lineup of experts. You can see it right there. We've got Tierpoint, we've got Axis Security, Delinea, 1111 Systems, Zerto, Rubrik, CrowdStrike, Red Canary, and TrueFort. I mean, what a lineup. If you need to keep your cloud secure, and who doesn't, you could not have picked a better place to be than right here with us today. So make sure you are coffeeed up. I'm working on my third cup currently, and make sure you're comfortable because we have got a marathon day of learning ahead of us. And I am so glad that you picked me and these wonderful, innovative vendors to spend part of your day with. I am Keith Ward. Our other moderators are Jess Steinbach, who you've already met, Scott Becker, and Mackenzie Pudici. Mackenzie will be joining me shortly, in fact, as we're going to be tag teaming this sucker for you today. Now, with this killer vendor lineup, you know you're going to be getting knowledge, but today you could be getting an amazing prize too. We are giving away what may well be the most incredible prize lineup in actual tech media history. I mean, look at that screen there. Let me walk you through it real quick. During the event today, we will be giving away 2 iPhone 15 Pros. Yeah, these are awesome phones. I've got one on my desk right now, and I would not give it up for anything. We're going to be giving away 2 Nintendo Switch consoles. Those things make me sick, but I know a lot of people who love them. We've got 3 Bose portable speakers to give away. And we are going to be giving away 9, let me say that again, 9 $300 Amazon gift cards during the event today. I mean, can you believe this lineup? It is absolutely staggering. Just remember, as always, you need to be sticking around for the entire event to be eligible to win one of these incredible prizes in this lineup. All right, so with this huge day ahead of us, let's kick things off with a keynote by the great Ned Bellavance, who a lot of you already know. For those of you who do not, Ned is a noted author, a Microsoft Azure MVP, and so much more. Now, Ned is also known by his Ned in the Cloud nickname, so it's quite appropriate that we're going to hear from him right now. Ned, I am so stoked to have you launch this virtual summit, so let's get moving. What do you say? The mic is all yours.
Thanks for joining today. I'm Ned Bellavance, and today I wanted to talk a little bit about getting back to basics when it comes to cybersecurity. Now, it's tempting to think of hacking outfits as elite coders that are essentially magicians when it comes to computers. At least, that's how Hollywood tends to portray them. They furiously type on a keyboard for hours, taking down firewalls, compromising accounts, and exfiltrating data with nary an errant keystroke. But the reality is a bit more mundane. Most cybersecurity attacks are not particularly targeted and are crimes of opportunity. Even though new exploits are found every day, The way most systems are compromised comes down to one of three vectors: compromised credentials, unpatched systems, and common software exploits. It can be tempting to buy the newest whiz-bang security product that promises to solve all of your cyber woes, but adding another tool to the mix might just make things worse. In fact, according to the Splunk State of Security 2023 report, quote, use of multiple cybersecurity controls increases cost and complexity, end quote. And that was in the top 3 cloud security challenges for those that they polled. So before you click on that big red buy button, you might want to take a moment and make sure you've covered the fundamentals first. At the end of January 2024, a trove of breach data was leaked, containing a massive 26 billion records stored in 12 terabytes. It's being called the mother of all breaches. And if your credentials have been compromised sometime in the past 5 years, it's probably in that list. The good news is there's a lot of excellent folks out there that are tracking the list and notifying you if you're found in it. The bad news is that every script kiddie and hacker with a botnet is cycling through that massive list, actively trying to gain access to email, applications, or any other public-facing service they can think of. Credential compromise is one of the top attack vectors for compromising systems, according to Verizon's Data Breach Investigation Report for 2023, citing 49% of breaches involving credentials being compromised. Even if it is a low-privilege account, just getting a toehold in an environment can be enough to establish a beachhead and start escalating privileges through exploits. One of the best things you can do for your company is set up a single sign-on service to centralize authentication and then apply strong controls to that authentication. Multi-factor authentication is a must, and if you can ditch passwords in favor of FIDO2 and passkeys, that is even better. You can even take it a step further and assess the security posture of humans logging in, including uncommon locations or unknown devices. But at a bare minimum, force two-factor authentication for everyone. No exceptions, not even for the CEO, even though you know they're going to ask. Of course, people aren't the only ones with accounts. Machines log into things too. Short-lived dynamic credentials are your friend for machine-to-machine communication. Passwords should not be hard-coded into scripts or deployment pipelines. Implement OIDC where you can, or use some other trusted identity source and rotate secrets and certificates often. Speaking of doing things early and often, patching your systems would be another good place to focus. It doesn't have to be daily or even weekly patching, but having a regular patching cadence for your systems will do a lot to combat successful exploits. For instance, you would be stunned at how many unpatched Linux and Windows servers are just hanging out on the internet. Verizon's report states that a majority of intrusion breaches begin with hacking a server by exploiting a system or application vulnerability and then escalating from there. For the most part, these are not targeted attacks. Instead, it's a matter of scanning public endpoints and attempting to gain a toehold. Hacking groups now employ large botnets to constantly scan the internet. If you have ever put up a Windows server with RDP open to the world, see how quickly that gets hit. It's pretty fast. The lessons here are twofold. One, if you don't need to put a system on the internet, don't do that. And second, if you do need to put a system on the internet, patch it and disable any functionality that is not absolutely required. Shrinking your attack surface and hardening the rest should be the name of the game. This is basic security hygiene, but according to Splunk's State of Security report, it is still a massive problem and a major stumbling block for security, application, and ops teams. The other major attack vector involves application vulnerabilities and basic coding errors. Ideally, these are caught early on in the development process, and there's certainly no lack of static and dynamic analysis tools out there that will surface up potential security vulnerabilities. And yet, application vulnerabilities are the third primary way breaches occur, and it's not always because of zero-day exploits like Log4j. If you take a look at the OWASP top 10 list for web applications, the list has been pretty static for the better part of a decade. Injection, broken access control, and cryptographic failures top the list. While it is very difficult to resolve all security issues in applications, educating developers and giving them the tools to test their code goes a long way to plugging the holes. Of particular note is vulnerable and outdated components, which could be embedded in an existing framework, library, or container image. It might not even be your developer's code that has the issue, but an off-the-shelf component they integrated or a service that they're leveraging. Your developers do care about security, and they need your help. Ultimately, good InfoSec isn't about a tool or a process, it's about education. It's about understanding the fundamentals and making sure that your security, application, and ops teams do too. If they don't understand the why, they're unlikely to care about the how. In 2024, cyber attacks are projected to rise, fueled by global instability and generative AI. Your best bet to combat the escalating threat is not a SaaS solution or a shiny new tool. It's an educated and informed team that cares about getting the basics right and has the means to do so. At least, those are my thoughts. I'm curious to hear what you think. Hit me up on LinkedIn or head over to my website, nedinthecloud.com. Thanks again for your time today, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Much for that fabulous keynote. So many of the attendees love having you on. You're already saying, hey, it's Ned. They love seeing you and hearing from you, Ned. So thank you so much for that overview, for laying the groundwork for what is to come today and what promises to be just a spectacular event. And now we've got the first poll question of the day for you. What is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? We always want to hear from you, especially when we've got lots of you here like today. Let us know where you are in your journey right now. This is important feedback for us and for our sponsors. So just let us know. Keep those votes coming in. Got some great feedback. A bunch of you aren't sure. Some of you are going to be happening soon. Some of you are a little bit further off. That's pretty typical for what we see. But keep doing that while we, let's keep going with our sessions now. We got another few seconds. We're going to get rolling with our sessions. We haven't had any sessions yet. We've had a keynote, haven't we? But we haven't had any sessions yet. So now we're going to get rolling with the actual sessions for today. And we are going to kick off this CloudFest with a session from TierPoint. Presenting for TierPoint is Derek Townsend, a cloud solutions architect. Derek, I want to thank you so much for being here today and for getting this event off on the right foot. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining today. My name is Derek Townsend, and I'm a cloud solutions architect with TierPoint. I am here to discuss with you achieving security best practices in public cloud, chiefly Azure and Amazon Web Services. All right, a little bit about myself. I've been in IT for over 20 years. I've been an architect for 8 years, and I've been dealing primarily with AWS and Azure. This has been around designing solutions for customers related to IaaS and PaaS services. And we're ready to begin. Thank you. I would like to now discuss the organization that I am with. I work for a company called TierPoint, and we are a data center services provider. We have 43 data centers across the United States, but in addition to that, we also provide professional and managed services for both AWS and Azure environments. The first topic I would like to discuss is the public cloud shared responsibility model. This model is a framework that outlines the security obligations of both the public cloud provider, in this case Amazon Web Services, and their customers. In this model, AWS is responsible for the security of the cloud, meaning they handle the infrastructure, hardware, software, and networking components. On the other hand, customers are responsible for security in the cloud, which includes safeguarding their data, applications, and configurations. This approach allows both parties to focus on what they do best while still ensuring a comprehensive security environment. AWS provides tools and services to help customers meet their security responsibilities. One of the key components of any environment, but in particular public cloud, is identity and access management, which includes strengthening authentication and managing access effectively. It is important to utilize strong authentication mechanisms. It is important also to use complex passwords and to regularly update security certificates. When able, it benefits an organization to utilize SAML or OAuth authentication as well. Role-based access control is a feature of public cloud environments, and it's important to define user roles carefully and to assign minimum necessary permissions for a user to perform their job. As a result of this, it is also important to regularly audit role assignments. One of the key features of public cloud environments is multi-factor authentication. It's important to always enable multi-factor authentication for any administrative account and also to encourage or enforce MFA for all of your users. When necessary, you can utilize a hardware-based token. I would say the key takeaways of these IAM features and functionalities is that strong authentication and fine-grained permissions are essential for robust cloud security, and that MFA significantly enhances user authentication and should be standard practice. I'd like to touch on the technologies that are involved in both AWS and Azure also for managing identity and access management. The name in Amazon is pretty straightforward. The service itself is called AWS IAM. It helps to control access to any resource in AWS and allows for one to manage users, groups, and permissions within one or more AWS accounts. It also provides features such as MFA, which we had mentioned earlier, identity federation, and access control policies. On the Azure side, we have Azure Active Directory, and this is a cloud-based identity solution created by Microsoft. It has features as well, like multi-factor authentication and single sign-on, and also utilizes role-based access control. It can also integrate an on-premises Active Directory controller with cloud-based applications, and it supports various protocols, including OAuth, SAML, and OpenID. Network isolation and segmentation are crucial in public cloud environments for several reasons. Chief among these are security. By isolating networks, one can limit the attack surface area. If one segment is compromised, the impact can be contained, making it harder for attackers to move laterally across the environment. Regulatory requirements also often mandate that sensitive data is isolated from other types of data, and network segmentation can help achieve this. Smaller segmented networks also are easier to monitor, manage, and troubleshoot. In addition to this, AWS security groups and Azure network security groups serve similar purposes but are part of each of these different cloud ecosystems. Both act as a virtual firewall to control inbound and outbound traffic to network interfaces, VMs, and other resources. Security groups are stateful, meaning that if you allow an incoming request from an IP, the response is automatically allowed regardless of the outbound rules. Security groups typically are associated with elastic network interfaces on the AWS side and can be applied to multiple instances, and they are typically also scoped to a VPC specifically. On the Azure side, these are also stateful security groups, but they will allow you to assign priority to rules. And they come with a set of rules that can be overridden by creating additional rules with higher priority. And these are typically associated with subnets or a network interface and are scoped at the virtual network level. AWS WAF, AWS Shield are both services that protect applications running in AWS. WAF, which is Web Application Firewall, protects those web apps from various attacks by filtering and monitoring HTTP and PS traffic. And they're customizable because they allow you to create custom rules to block, allow, or monitor web requests based on various conditions like IP addresses, HTTP headers, and so on. And they also integrate with other AWS services. AWS Shield itself was designed to protect against distributed denial of service or DDoS attacks. And Shield provides additional security against larger and more sophisticated attacks, in addition to offering a 24/7 DDoS response team at AWS. Azure Sentinel is a cloud-native security information and event management platform that collects data across users, devices, applications, and infrastructure, both on-prem and across multiple cloud providers. It'll use AI and analytics to identify security anomalies and potential threats, and it allows for automated responses to security incidents. These services are essential for enhancing cloud security, offering various levels of protection to meet different organizational needs. I wanted to illustrate here what a sort of typical traffic flow may look like for an application, where we would have a client submit a request to a web server located in this case in Azure. The application gateway would intercept that packet and examine it. The packets passed inspection, the gateway would send those to the backend VM. When that packet hits Azure, a user-defined route in the app gateway would push it to the firewall, at which point the firewall would run security checks on the packets, and if they passed the tests, they would forward those packets to the app VM. The VM responds and sets the destination IP to the app gateway. User-defined routes in the VM subnet redirect those packets to the Azure firewall, at which point the firewall forwards the packets to the app gateway and the gateway answers the client. Encryption is a critical aspect of security in public cloud environments for several reasons, chiefly data privacy, compliance, data integrity, and access control. Encrypting data ensures that even if unauthorized access occurs, the data remains unreadable without a key. Many regulations like GDPR, HIPAA, and PCI require data to be encrypted both at rest and in transit when stored in public cloud environments. Encryption mechanisms can help verify that data has not been tampered with, preserving its integrity. And coupled with proper key management, encryption helps to enforce access controls. Only authorized personnel with the correct decryption keys can access the data. Encryption protects sensitive information from being exposed in shared or multi-tenant cloud environments. And in the event of a data breach, encrypted data is significantly less vulnerable, as it would require additional computational efforts to decrypt. By employing encryption strategies, organizations can significantly enhance the security posture of their data and applications in public cloud environments. Classifying data and sensitive information in public cloud environments is important for several key reasons, security being the chief reason. Knowing which data is sensitive helps in applying appropriate security measures like encryption or access controls to protect that data. In addition to that, we have compliance, which we had mentioned earlier, resource allocation regions. Not all data requires the same level of security. Classification allows you to allocate security resources more effectively, focusing on the most critical data. Access control, classification guides who should and should not have access to particular sets of data, reducing the risk of unauthorized access. And obviously auditing and monitoring. Classified data can be monitored more closely for any unauthorized access or suspicious activities, helping in quicker incident detection and response. Knowing the importance and sensitivity of data helps in making decisions about its storage, retention, and eventual deletion as well. Proper classification of data and sensitive information is foundational for a robust security posture and effective data management in public cloud environments. Aligning public cloud security with regulatory standards involves several steps and best practices. Firstly, it's important to identify applicable regulations that apply to your organization, such as HIPAA or PCI. It's also important to conduct a gap analysis to assess your current security posture against the requirements of the regulatory standards to identify gaps. As we had mentioned in a previous slide, data classification, encryption, and access control also factor in to your overall strategy for aligning public cloud security with a regulatory standard. Documentation is important, obviously, for auditing reasons and maintaining an audit trail. Maintaining detailed audit trails of data access or modification are often required for audits, and conducting periodic security audits and risk assessments ensure ongoing compliance and identify areas for improvement. Lastly, developing and maintaining an incident response plan that aligns with a regulatory requirement or standard is significant and also required for reporting and mitigating security incidents. Many cloud providers offer tools to help maintain compliance. Among these tools are services such as Azure Policy, Azure Blueprints, AWS Artifact, AWS CloudTrail, amongst others. By taking a comprehensive and structured approach, one can effectively align a public cloud with the security measures that apply to their vertical or sector, therefore reducing risk and ensuring legal compliance. Both AWS and Azure offer a wide range of security services designed to help organizations protect their cloud-based assets. On the AWS side, we have IAM, Shield, and WAF, which we've already discussed. In addition to those services, we also have Amazon Guard Duty, which is a threat detection service that continuously monitors for malicious activity. AWS CloudTrail, which logs API calls, providing a history of changes to resources. And Security Hub, which is a centralized view of security alerts and compliance statuses. On the Azure side, we have Azure Key Vault, which stores and manages sensitive information like keys, secrets, and certificates. Security Center, which is a central hub for monitoring and managing the security of resources. Sentinel, which we've previously mentioned. Azure Firewall, also, which we've previously mentioned, which is a stateful firewall service. Azure Policy allows an organization to set requirements and enforce those requirements for any sort of resource that exists within a subscription. And Azure Monitor, which is a collector that analyzes and acts on telemetry data from Azure and on-premises resources. Both AWS and Azure offer comprehensive sets of security services designed to address various aspects of cloud security, from identity and access management to data protection and threat detection. Embedding security into DevOps processes, commonly known as DevSecOps, is particularly crucial in public cloud environments. Here's how an organization can achieve scalable protection. Using infrastructure as code templates to define cloud resource configurations ensures that they are consistently secure by design. Tools like CloudFormation, ARM templates, and Terraform help to achieve this end. Integrating security scanning tools into the CI/CD pipeline to automatically scan code and cloud configurations for vulnerabilities is also important. Services like AWS Code Pipeline with built-in security checks or Azure DevOps with Azure Security Center can help. If you're using containers, ensure that they are scanned for vulnerabilities. Solutions like AWS ECR or Azure Container Registry offer integrated scanning. Automatically validate that the infrastructure that you're creating follows compliance requirements utilizing services such as AWS Config or Azure Policy. It's important also to establish feedback mechanisms between security and DevOps teams to continuously improve security postures. By integrating these practices into DevOps processes, organizations can ensure that security is not a bottleneck, but an enabler of faster and safer software delivery in public cloud environments. Disaster recovery in public cloud environments is critical not just from an availability perspective, but also from a security standpoint. Data protection is a key item as a part of this. In the event of a cyber attack, such as ransomware, data corruption, a robust DR plan can allow organizations to restore from a clean backup, ensuring data integrity and availability. In addition to that, it can be used to mitigate a DDoS attack, provides for quick incident response, and also allows for isolation and investigation in the event of a breach. Compromised systems can be isolated and traffic can be rerouted to DR environments. In addition to that, many regulations mandate that organizations have a DR plan in place to protect sensitive data. Cloud-based DR solutions also offer the flexibility to simulate disaster scenarios, allowing organizations to test their security protocols in a controlled environment without affecting production systems. In essence, while DR is typically associated with business continuity, its importance to security cannot be understated. A well-designed DR plan in a public cloud environment acts as a safety net, ensuring that organizations can swiftly recover from security incidents while minimizing adverse impacts. Security updates and patch management are essential in public cloud environments for several key reasons. Chief among those are vulnerability mitigation and compliance. Software inevitably has vulnerabilities, and regularly updating and patching your cloud services and applications help to close those gaps before they can be exploited. Many regulations like GDPR or HIPAA require up-to-date security measures, which often include regular patching. This helps to reduce the attack surface area. Often outdated software becomes a target for cyber criminals. By applying updates and patches, one minimizes the attack surface. In addition to that, a security breach due to outdated software can significantly damage the reputation of an organization. Keeping systems updated shows a commitment to customer data security. In addition to that, organizations that maintain a robust security posture by staying updated are better positioned to compete in the marketplace where consumers are increasingly concerned about data security. Both AWS and Azure offer their own security update and patch management systems, chiefly AWS Systems Manager and Azure Update Management. Leveraging automation tools can be important as well to schedule and apply the patches. In addition to that, monitoring patching status is crucial to ensuring that all of the affected systems are updated in a timely manner. Wanted to touch briefly on some lessons learned from past security incidents in both AWS and Azure. Some of these items include unsecured AWS S3 buckets. These expose customer data, and that can often lead to issues or hijacking in some cases. The mitigation plan for this is implementing bucket policies and utilizing AWS Config for automated compliance checks to ensure that it's meeting the requirements. In addition to that, oftentimes Azure SQL databases can be exposed where they're publicly accessible, have a public endpoint. A mitigation plan for this is to deploy Azure Firewall and configure proper network security groups to limit access to these SQL servers. In addition to that, oftentimes we will see denial of service attacks from other regions on customers within the United States or elsewhere. These manifest themselves in sustained DDoS attacks. We can utilize services such as Azure DDoS protection for network layer security in these events. And finally, for brute force intrusion, oftentimes actors can get unauthorized access through an open SSH port on a virtual machine. It's important to close those ports and implement something like AWS WAF for real-time application layer protection. Thank you all for joining today. We hope you found this presentation helpful. If you would like to speak to someone about your cloud needs, you can reach us at www.tierpoint.com or sales@tierpoint.com. We have also listed our phone number on this slide as well. Thank you again and have a good day.
All right. Thank you so much, Derek. Great presentation. Really loved that information from TierPoint. Such an innovative company, as many of you know. Nice to see what they're up to. And now we've got our next poll question up. Let us know what else you would like to see from TierPoint, what additional information you would like to get from them. There's a bunch of questions coming in for them that we can't get to right now, but Derek and the TierPoint team will be doing their best to respond to all of those questions, so have no fear. I also want to remind all of you about the handouts. We've got a PDF from TierPoint that provides an overview of their managed public cloud solutions. That is something really worth downloading, so head over to the handouts section and get that now. Thanks to everybody who's responding to the poll. We appreciate your feedback, and I'm going to leave it up here for one more minute while I give away the first prize of the day, the first of many, many, many prizes we're going to be giving away today. This first one, however, is a $300 Amazon gift card. And the winner of the first prize of the Cloud Security Fest 2024 is John Roenick from Washington. Congratulations to you, John. We will be in touch about claiming your prize. With that, we're going to move on to our next presentation of the day here, and we have got Axis Security on the line. Presenting for Axis today are John Spiegel and Jay Tilson, who are ready to go. And Jay, it looks like, is going to be joining us for some Q&A at the end of the presentation. So I am going to turn it over to you right now, gentlemen. You have the floor.
Welcome to our presentation. Over the past 10 years, much has changed in IT. Could be the rise of cloud, or services like SaaS or PaaS. Maybe it's SD-WAN and 5G. Or maybe it's this new thing called AI. But there's also this new emerging hybrid workforce. All of these tools have led to increases in work productivity and also innovation. But there's been a downside as well. At almost the same pace as we've seen in technology, the threat landscape has evolved as well. Ransomware, phishing, social engineering, as well as now encryptionless extortion. How do you keep pace? How do you balance the need to move technology forward and also secure your business? It comes down to this: rethinking how you deliver applications with both performance and security. Hello, I'm John Spiegel. I'm joined by my colleague, Jay Tilson. Together, Jay and I have over 50 years of experience running large infrastructure and security teams. So we've sat in your chair. We've experienced the daily challenges you face. Recently, both Jay and I left the enterprise space and moved to a company called Axis Security, because we both believe that networking and security are mired in complexity. Stitching together solutions that worked in 2010 won't work for us here in 2024. They only create more challenges, and as deployed, they look like a game of mousetrap. We both believe there's a better way. Axis Security was founded in 2018 under a very interesting quote: "Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication." This quote is often attributed to the great Leonardo da Vinci. The founders, Dora Khanafo, Gil Izrath, and Shuki Chen, are like-minded as Jay and myself. We believe that networking and security were mired in complexity. We looked at remote access and thought there was a better way to solve it. Leverage concepts like cloud and zero trust. Bring them together in an elegant way. Simplify the network stack and the security stack. And most importantly, unburden the admin from the nightmare of having to manage multiple point products with multiple UIs. Start with a foundation of zero trust. Start with cloud delivered. Learn from the established vendors, take what works, and fix what does not. Make life easier for both the user and the administrator on the front lines. Put another way, to paraphrase another great innovator, James Hamilton of AWS, get networking and security out of my way so I can deliver a great application experience. That is what Access is all about. And in 2023, last year, the company caught the eye of HPE Aruba Networks. Well known for great network outcomes and ease of use, Aruba acquired Access last year. Now both Access and Aruba are now working on bringing together the best-in-class SD-WAN solution known as Silver Peak with the most innovative and easy-to-use SSE solution on the market. The result? It will soon be the best unified SASE platform to both accelerate and secure your company. And more on that in a bit.
I think we can all agree that in the last few years, the technology world has evolved faster than we've ever seen before, especially with the pandemic being a major catalyst for what is now called the modern workplace. Users, devices, and data are everywhere, but the legacy security systems that many of us rely on today were not designed for this cloud and mobile world. The bad guys know this, and they're using it to their advantage. As a result, cyber attacks are increasing at an alarming rate. Ransomware was named the top threat type in 2021, with the number of attacks increasing over 140% in the second half of that year alone. And ransomware damages are expected to exceed $30 billion worldwide in this coming year. This means that in this new world of the digital citizen, securing our hybrid workforce is critical for every IT and security team to prioritize. So let's look at some more statistics. So as I just mentioned, ransomware was named the top threat type in 2021, but there are other concerns for our IT and security teams. Social engineering threats increased by a whopping 270% in 2021, and there has been a 1,500% increase in attacks against VPNs. We all know that the IPsec protocol, which we rely on for these VPNs, has over 400,000 lines of code, and it has been around since the early 90s. And this has led to there being a new bug being discovered every week. What this means is our hybrid workforce are a huge target for cyber attacks. The remote worker, both the employee and their doppelganger, the off-the-clock persona, are now in the bullseye for the bad actors. Your digital work and your life personas are now on the front line. This has led to a regained popularity in zero trust. And zero trust is this concept of never trust and always verify, and was first introduced by John Kindervag back in 2010. However, the move to the cloud, the rise of the hybrid worker, and the increase in regulatory requirements have all contributed to making zero trust a core element of every CISO and CIO strategy today. So let's look at 3 approaches in which we can secure our workforce of today. The old way of doing things was the hub and spoke design. This is a progression from the old castle and moat design where everyone was inside the perimeter, but it still focuses on having on-prem security even though some of the users and their data had started to move to the cloud. There is still a heavy reliance on MPLS and internal data centers. This model is complex to configure and to administrate. You need to feed and water your applications to ensure they remain secure, and you also have to go through hardware renewal cycles. Patching all of your systems is critical in this scenario to protect against attack. Next, you have cloud firewalls. This is an evolution of the hub and spoke design, moving some of those legacy-based security systems that used to run on hardware to cloud-based solutions. The aim here is to remove some of the burden of keeping systems secure. However, in a lot of cases, this still means backhauling internet traffic to your corporate networking data center. This design is supposed to make things simpler to manage, but in my experience, it could actually use to further complexity and cost. Then there is SSE. SSE and SD-WAN combine to make SASE, and in my mind, these are the designs of the future, and what people should start to move towards now. Security Services Edge. This is dealing with all of your connectivity and security tools from the cloud. Gone are the days of patching your systems, and these new architectures will stand side by side with you in the battle against the bad guys.
So you may be asking, what is SSE? SSE is part of a larger framework called SASE. Introduced in 2019 by the analyst firm Gartner, it addresses the traditional dilemma presented to every network and security engineer when faced with how to deploy a new application. Do I favor speed or security? In the past, you could only select one, and we all know which one the CIO prefers. It's speed, because speed equals employee productivity. With SASE, you can actually have both. You solve the dilemma. How do you do this? By creating a network and security fabric that extends all the way to the employee, the third party, via points of presence or POPs. Applications can be secured and delivered with high performance. SASE is essentially delivered in two technology stacks. The WAN edge, which you see on your left, and SSE, which you see on your right. How is this framework being adopted? Recently, Access Security commissioned a report on SSE adoption with our friends at Cybersecurity Insiders. So let's dive into the results.
Recently, Access, in partnership with Cybersecurity Insiders, conducted the first ever research on SSE adoption. The report has some very good insights and is well worth a read, but for this presentation I just want to pull out some of my key takeaways. Firstly, the report shows that WAN Edge and SSE are both on the rise. I guess this is to be expected due to the growth of the hybrid workforce. Secondly, SSE is seen as a strategic initiative to enable and secure the workforce, with 39% of respondents viewing it as the most important part of their zero trust strategy, even over things like identity providers and endpoint security. Lastly, and I think more importantly, as companies look to implement SASE, 67% of businesses plan to start their implementation with SSE versus WAN Edge. This shows that the security teams are gaining traction against the networking teams, and that the CISO is becoming more powerful. Access Atmos is a platform designed to bring networking security together from day one. It is about harmonizing what in the past was a symphony that played as individuals versus as a team. In the past, the enterprise would select one vendor for networking, one for security, one for DLP, one for the WAN, and then one for cloud security controls. And as we all know, this leads to operational complexity, high cost, and ultimately poor security design. Access, on the other hand, starts with a clean slate. It begins with this concept called adaptive trust. Instead of placing the employees, the third parties, or their contractors and their devices directly on the network, Atmos starts with a series of checks to verify the identity of the user and their device. Access then balances this with the request for applications and data. The employee is not granted access if the calculation does not add up. So building on the concept of adaptive trust, Atmos provides global reach, and its platform brings together what were previously individual point solutions into a single integrated SSE platform, all delivered via the public cloud. This enables secure access for remote employees, office workers, and third parties and contractors. At Axis, we have this notion of work in harmony. The Atmos SSE platform includes the core functions of ZTNA, CASB, SWIG, and DEM, Digital Experience Monitoring. At its heart is this concept of zero trust, never trust, always verify. And for us, this is key in the battle with the bad guys. Access can be granted to internet, SaaS applications, the public cloud, or applications hosted in your data centers. And the platform auto-mediates access at scale. There are no pass-through connections and users are not put on the network. So unlike legacy VPNs, they do not get an IP address on your network and they cannot go wherever they want, whenever they want. And this significantly reduces your attack surface. The system automatically verifies against your access policy based on users, devices, and application contexts and prevents any unauthorized access. This is key for zero trust. This is the never trust and always verify. We have a single data lake for all of our services, allowing full visibility across the whole platform. And this all adds up to increased protection against cyber attacks while significantly reducing your costs, complexity, and most importantly, offering a great user experience.
And customers, they are the key. Their challenges are similar to yours. For instance, take the city of San Jose. Their challenge was enabling the hybrid workforce. Like many in the post-pandemic world, they embraced remote work, but also knew the power of maintaining a great culture. For the city, they adopted a 3-day remote and 2-day in the office approach. This blend allowed them to have the best of both worlds. But if you don't have the application delivery mechanism to support it, worker productivity declines. After doing an extensive search, the city of San Jose selected Access Security as their platform. For them, the days of VPN are gone. Or it could be like Procter & Gamble, who's another customer. Their challenge was different. It was about third-party access. Being one of the largest multinationals out there, their base of contractors is high. Their need is how to secure them while also maintaining the security of their critical intellectual property. For them, this meant sending out thousands and thousands of laptops. The turn time was high to onboard a contractor as well as the cost. By moving to Access, Procter & Gamble was able to leverage our agentless approach. This meant that a contractor could now leverage their own laptop in a BYOD situation. The result? $10 million saved per year, as well as the time to value went from 24 days down to 24 hours. Their return on investment? Sub 1 month. That's the power of Access. And lastly, VisionWorks, a national optical chain. I'm sure you've seen one of their stores. Their challenge was network and application transformation. Moving off expensive MPLS services and migrating applications to the cloud. Access worked with them to deliver a solution which greatly reduced their legacy network investments and provided them an easy transition for moving applications out of their heritage data center to the cloud. Result? Reduced costs, increased business agility, as well as greater security. Wins all around. Making the move to SASE, it's a journey, and we're here to support you. But where you start, that's up to you. Really comes down to solving critical business challenges. So maybe your need is connecting your branch or campus locations with improved security and connectivity. If so, start with Aruba's best-in-class SD-WAN solution, Silver Peak. Or maybe your challenge is how to secure the remote workforce and third-party contractors. If so, start with the most innovative SSE solution on the market, Access Security, now powered by HPE Aruba. If SSE is your first step, we recommend that you start with ZTNA. It's the foundation. It's going to give you that quick win and help you see immediate value. The idea here is to standardize connectivity from a private application perspective. After that, then look to add SWIG for protecting your internet access. And it's worth noting that with Access, ZTNA and Swig are integrated. They're the same code base and run out of the same POPs. There's no separate UI. There's no separate rule base. It's just one policy, and that's it. This is critical as it simplifies your admin workload and greatly reduces the chance of human error. So once you've got that covered, the inbound and outbound layer, start to look up. Add services like CASB or DLP or DEM. Gain greater control without added complexity or worse, vendor sprawl. Finally, bring it all together. Transform your campus and branch locations. Unburden yourself from legacy connectivity, and that places a speed bump as you make your move to SaaS or cloud. Make the move to SD-WAN with Silver Peak. Benefit from lower costs, higher bandwidth, increased business agility, and lower operational costs. Then as you add in services from your offices, start to look at ClearPass for security, dynamic segmentation of your network, and protecting those vulnerable IoT assets. Then look to complete the journey. Make the full move to SASE.
Before we finish our presentation today, I just wanted to mention that Axis was also featured in the news recently. Nasdaq.com interviewed Frost & Sullivan's cybersecurity analyst Toff Whitmore on the topic of how the cloud will change cybersecurity. Toff rightly calls out the challenges of the distributed applications as well as the newly distributed workforce. He then offers up his own view of the future. He discusses transitioning the past hardware assets to software and delivering them via the cloud. He then reviews the list of vendors in the space with a specific call out on Axis as one of the first vendors in the space who are starting to poach customers, not only from legacy hardware vendors, but also from ZTNA 1.0 vendors. So to conclude, when you consider the options for securing your users, their devices, applications and data, please do not leave out networking and security. There are now better solutions available that overcome the complexities of the past. Solutions that are based on adaptive trust, offer lower operational complexity, greater visibility, and most critically are provided at a lower price point versus the legacy approaches of the past. If you want to know more and see Axis in action, please use the QR code or visit our website at www.axissecurity.com. And thank you for your time today.
Okay, what a terrific presentation from both of you. Really enjoyed seeing what Axis is doing. You guys are always kind of at the forefront of this area and doing so many cool things, and I appreciated that presentation a great deal. And now we are going to start diving into Q&A here in just a minute. I want to remind everyone first to vote in the poll here about the additional information you would like about the Axis solution. Let them know. I also want to send out a quick reminder about the handouts. We've got a PDF from Axis, which covers Atmos at a glance, which they were talking about. It's definitely a resource you're going to want to check out after that presentation. So it seems like Jay is ready to go. So Jay, why don't we get to it now? And as we go through this Q&A, let's remind everyone to keep voting in this poll that we have. You ready to go, Jay?
I am ready, yes. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you great. I can hear you great. Okay, so first question we've got for you today, Jay, is how does your solution handle integrations with third-party tools such as SIM, SOAR, and EDR?
So we can work with a number of EDR vendors, including the likes of CrowdStrike. We can take some of those threat feeds. We can also export, so we have our own dashboards within the environment, but we can also export really to any SIEM of your choice. So we have those integrations included.
Really nice to see that. Okay, next up for you today, Jay, based on the Gartner SSE framework, there are quite a few products that are consolidated into one. Does this impact the speed in which you ramp up a platform like this?
What we're tend to finding is people are starting their journey with ZTNA, and there are a number of reasons for that. primarily because they see VPN as the biggest risk. As we all know, that they're relatively easy to compromise, old legacy VPNs. So we're seeing people start with kind of VPN replacement with ZTNA, and then taking on board the other elements of SSE as and when that they have requirements. And those requirements could be licenses are expiring for a current secure web gateway, etc. But it is a journey. People are definitely not always acquiring in one go. But we are seeing more of that. So we are seeing more people knowing that they have to start this journey and that they want to consolidate the number of architectures within the SSE framework into a single product. So I'm not really answering your question,
yeah.
but it's not one size fits all is my answer. It's
Yeah.
really about the risk for each business.
That awareness itself is a big deal. You know, just the fact that more people are aware that, hey, we can be more secure than we are. That's a step that's necessary. Definitely. Yep. So, okay. Next up for you. Someone asks, I see that Axis integrates with the larger cybersecurity ecosystem with SIM, etc., but does it provide insights within the platform itself?
Yes, it does, exactly. So we have our own dashboard. We can look at things like CPU and memory utilization, so we can see if a machine's running hot or whether it's resource bound. We can also see hop to hop across from the user's machine across to the application to understand if there are any latency issues. We are built on the public cloud, and therefore we don't have our own physical hardware or our own data center. So we leverage the power of the public cloud. And we also have what we call smart routing, which we talked a little bit about. But that's basically accelerating traffic across those global accelerated networks. So we can obviously also show that within the platform as well. So the dashboard's pretty detailed, but like I said, we can export more detail to a SIEM of your choice, whatever you're using into your SOC, for instance, if it's managed or you manage it, to give like the full detail.
Oh, great. Excuse me. Okay. I think we have time to squeeze in one more question for you today, Jay, and that is this. It's a question about the learning curve when using Axis. Is this a heavy lift? And what would a scenario look like to change from a thin client or VDI environment to SSE?
Oh, that's kind of two questions in one. So no, it's not particularly a heavy lift. Axis was built from the ground up with simplicity in mind. The founders believe that the best way of being secure is to be simple. Obviously, if you have a complex environment, then it's harder to see visibility, it's harder to configure, and it's easier to see human error come into the fold. So definitely not a heavy lift, very easy to implement. We actually have a 29-minute challenge, which is bringing people on board within a ZTNA platform within 29 minutes. And I think the record is 12 minutes. So that answers kind of first part of your question. The second part is the kind of VDI environment and Citrix environment. Obviously, we're not going to replace the back end of that environment. We're not going to replace the memory and the CPU and the storage, but we can front end those environments. So we can connect the users directly in without the need for some of those other pieces of software that you would license. We have a number of customers that have done that have moved away from those other licenses. And they use the reduction in those payments to help fund VPN replacement within the consolidated platform.
Gotcha. Okay. I love that 29-minute challenge. What that says to me is there's a confidence level that you have in terms of the ease of use of your system. So, you know, a company doesn't do that unless they are very confident in what their product or solution can do. So that is just that is really a striking thing to have there. Well, Jay, I want to thank you so much for joining us today, for being here with the Q&A, and for educating us on what Axis is doing these days. It was a delight to have you today.
No problem. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. All right, everyone. And I'm going to leave the poll up here as I give away the first big batch of prizes for the day. So that's going to get some ears pricking up a little bit. First, we're going to give away another $300 Amazon gift card. And the winner of that Amazon gift card is Ken Adams from Virginia. And now we're going to give away the 3 Bose portable speakers. We're going to give them away all at once. Yes. Are you kidding me? No, I am not kidding you. I am deadly serious. The winners of the 3 Bose speakers for this event are James Pappas from Massachusetts, Rob Henry from Iowa, and Guy Kenvo from Washington, D.C. Congratulations to all of you winners. We will be in touch with you, I promise, about claiming your prizes. And don't forget, we have got so many more prizes to go today. We are just really getting started in this event. And with that, I am going to move on to the next presentation of the day here. Up next is Delinea. Delinea is ready to go, and speaking today for Delinea is Theo Walker. He has been with us before. He's a great speaker, really knowledgeable, and you're going to learn a lot. Theo is a senior product manager. Can't wait to hear what he is going to say. So, Theo, the mic is all yours.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here to talk with you all about how to leverage your PAM strategy effectively and how automation rules can really help bolster that experience. My name is Theo. I'm a senior product manager here at Delinea. I focused primarily on our Vault product, but I've worked in managing that product in several different avenues, such as our mobile experience, our web password experience, and in our platform experience as well. So let's jump right in and get started. So we know today that many of the cybersecurity breaches that occur are really caused by compromised privileged credentials. With privileged credentials being such a forefront of these breaches, it's really important for us to understand how do we protect these. And we know about 3/4 of these breaches also involve the human element. So we need to find the ways in which these breaches are occurring, both in the sources and also in how to protect those and how to limit the human element as much as possible. There's several different ways to do this. We believe that leveraging a PAM strategy, like products like Delinea, is a really effective way to get that done. We have several different products within our portfolio that do so. Today, we're going to be focusing primarily on our Vault experience, which primarily follows through with both storing and discovering those privileged credentials. And then we'll talk a little bit about how once those credentials are stored and are safe within the Vault, how we can leverage some of our automation features to bolster that experience, become more efficient, and ultimately save the organization a lot of time and money. So where are we today? We know everything has an identity. These privileged accounts that we're experiencing within our organizations are only growing. Different levels of access, whether they're machine identities, workforce identities, this attack surface is only growing. A lot of times there are actually more privileged accounts than there are personnel within an organization, which just increases the risk exponentially. So we really need to find ways to be able to identify where these accounts live, what the nature of these accounts are, and then how to secure them going forward. The more of a threat this becomes, the more important it is to be really tight on our PAM strategy. And that goes across the board with not only storing those credentials, but also how do we manage that within our organization over the course of several different scenarios and employees coming in and out of the company. So we believe the best approach to combat these threats is really to leverage the PAM strategy and use all of the tools available to you to go through the series of solutions to be able to combat the risks. One of those first things that we recommend we do is that we really discover all of these privileged credentials. If we discover them, we can know what's out there. We can know the source of those credentials, those privileged accounts, and we also can have confidence that we have a full view of the environment. Once we have those, we have a good picture of privileged identities, and we can start to match identities with credentials and have a full view of that environmental landscape. We can then secure access on demand through features like our remote access service. This and granular access controls ensures that the right people have access to the right things at the right time. That's really crucial in ensuring that these credentials are being managed and controlled within your environment. And then we have surveillance and monitoring. This is both proactive and reactive in being able to combat cyber threats. Our session recording functionalities, as well as our auditing services, provide a great way for you to have a full picture of what's going on in your environment and also be able to identify ways that you can start to bolster your security practices based on previous behaviors. And then really practicing the least privilege concept at all times. We want to assume that access to these privileged accounts is only necessary when absolutely necessary. And we have several different methods within Delinea's suite of products, specifically in our Vault functionalities, that ultimately allow you to control that from an admin perspective. So there's really sort of 3 steps in this process, and we believe that these solutions across our portfolio really help to solidify that experience. So what are some ways that we can leverage automation to accomplish what we talked about in that previous slide? So we know, and also what are those benefits? And we know one of the main benefits is ultimately cost savings. That's something that we all desire within organizations is how do we save on staff costs? Automation can be a great way to do so. We limit the amount of work that we put on human personnel to be able to not only discover but then manage and then audit the behavior going on throughout the environment. That's a lot to ask from an organization, as well as expect from a compliance perspective, especially as cyber insurance becomes more and more relevant. So what are some of these other benefits? So faster detection. When we leverage automation features, which we'll talk about what those are in a moment, we can have confidence that we can detect breaches quicker. This limits the need to manually dig through data, both live data and also previous data in terms of what happened within the environment. There's several ways to eliminate that risk. We have several features that do so, and we're only bolstering those experiences within the Delinea product suite, especially with the emergence of AI, to be able to provide the most visibility throughout your environment. We're also able to anticipate vulnerabilities. So faster detection focuses primarily on sort of reactive measures. Anticipation through continuous discovery and reporting allows us to apply additional security restrictions where needed based on previous activities. So if we really feel like there's a vulnerability or there's some anomalous behavior in the past, we can start to apply some of these automation rules and reduce the risk of things going forward. And then data correlation. Having the data you need when you need it is crucial. This applies to so many different areas, far beyond the anticipating vulnerability side. This also applies to things like compliance and auditing, as well as cyber insurance. So having the data that we need, knowing it's well reviewed, and also knowing where it exists is really important and crucial in being able to limit the risks of cyber attacks within your organization. So what are some of those rules that we just talked about that can help provide the benefits in that previous slide? So at Delinea, we have several other rules that you can start to leverage, but these are some that we want to focus on today, specifically around our secret server vault functionality. So the first one is password rotation. We'll get into the details of each of these, but a brief overview. This password rotation allows you to ensure that those passwords are being rotated on a routinely basis to avoid the risks of credentials being stolen. Layered MFA provides that second layer of defense from a multi-factor authentication standpoint. And scheduled reporting really helps us with that data correlation element of ensuring that you have what you need when you need it. So let's dive into each of these. So password rotation. This reduces the risk of stolen credentials and ensures strong password hygiene. This is really important. When we talked about on that first slide, the human intervention and the stolen credentials element of breaches, we can not entrust humans to have great password hygiene. If the vast majority of breaches are being human related, if we can remove that element, we can ensure that these credentials are far more secure. Now, when password rotation is far more than a scheduled rotation, which is really valuable in ensuring that that credential does not stay stagnant forever. But it also allows us to set password rules, complexity rules within Secret Server that you can trust that will have a strong entropy score across the board as these are being rotated. And you can set that for really all types of credentials and really have trust that those are strong. Vault protected layered MFA. So this is really the next level, next wave of MFA. And this is a new feature in Secret Server that we're really excited about. We all know multi-factor authentication to get into the application layer is crucial. And a lot of times there will be multi-factor authentication rules applied to that that keep the application layer really safe. So an example of that is login authentication profiles that require a step-up check. This might be a password plus an email code or an OTP, something along those lines. These are really important, and we highly recommend that those are set and in place and that those policies are really strong. But in the case that credentials get stolen and the bad actor is able to intercept codes, there's a chance that bad actors can get into the application layer. And once they're in the application layer, there's always the risk of lateral movement. And if we don't have a second layer of authentication checks within the application layer, those credentials can become vulnerable, whether that is through launching that secret directly or copying those credentials over, whatever it might be, that creates a risk. So our second level of MFA allows us to not only set multi-factor authentication on a specific secret within the vault, but it also allows us to determine different authentication profiles for those secrets. So if you have a stolen credential and that bad actor gets in with let's say the credential and email code, you can require a FIDO2 token or a mobile authenticator, the Delinea mobile authenticator, as a second layer, knowing that that bad actor will not have access to those other authentication methods. So this really provides that second layer of defense. This is also increasingly more valuable from a compliance standpoint, both compliance and also cyber insurance, which we know is an emerging topic within cybersecurity, has been for a long time and is continuing to grow. So this extra layer of MFA really provides confidence and protection. And scheduled reporting. Scheduled reporting is an awesome feature within Secret Server. This allows you to run basic reports on all sorts of things. Examples are user activity, secret edits, permission changes, even something as complex as discovery results. Knowing that these reports are not only available, but also can be scheduled is really valuable. You can ensure that over the course of time, all of that necessary data is stored in a location where you can easily find and pick through and also review these items. So let's say you get audited, you know where all of this data exists. You also have likely reviewed it along the way. And this is something that does not require tremendous manual intervention. We are increasingly, as we start to build out these functionalities within Delinea, we're increasingly making these items more automated. So we talk about automation rules. These are automation rules to begin with, and we're only going farther. Examples of that is with our MFA on secrets, as an example. The more dynamic our policies become, the more driven those are by data, we can actually not only entrust that there's MFA on a secret, but we also can elevate MFA based on anomalous behavior. We can also pump out scheduled reports based on anomalous behavior. There's several things that we can do to only increase the level of automation within each of these existing automation rules. So we know automation is becoming increasingly more important to reduce costs, proactively protect environments, and improve efficiency. As this attack surface continues to grow and privileged accounts continue to grow, it's crucial that we have these automation rules in place, not only for good security practices, but also to reduce the amount of human intervention, which we know is heavily involved in many cyber attacks. We can reduce that intervention and create a much more efficient, cost-efficient, and safe environment across our organizations. All right, and I think we'll jump into questions.
Okay, super. Yeah, really great presentation there, Theo. And I love the name of the product, Secret Server. That's really cool. So a couple of questions coming in here from the audience. One of them, how can reports be automated?
Yeah, Yeah, so we talked about that in that last slide there. Reports automation, there's really a lot of flexibility in that. We have these pre-created reports within Secret Server that allow you to select from popular reports. So we, over the years, have collected a lot of data from customers in them telling us what they're looking for. So you can take you can take pre-created reports and you can create a schedule on those. Or you can create a custom report where you can write a SQL query and get all the data you want within Secret Server, and you can schedule that to run at different times. So there's a couple different ways you can do that, both of which are valuable in their own ways.
Super. Yeah. And what are some of the most popular reports?
Yeah, discovery reports are really popular. User activity reports as well, especially if you want to get more granular than basic sort of user login, log out behavior. And then also things like secret edits. If there's a lot of privileged credentials within a specific folder, as an example, within Secret Server, as you're organizing your credentials, if there's secret edits on those, it's something that administrators would want to know.
Okay, great. Next one here, they're wondering what automation helps me meet cyber insurance requirements.
Yeah, so we talked about that a little bit. Really, multi-factor authentication is becoming a very baseline requirement. We do believe that having that extra layer of protection, that sort of step up challenge beyond the entry point to the application layer, is going to be increasingly more important. So, a sort of set and forget MFA on a particular secret. One of the great values of that is MFA is on a secret is it it doesn't provide any leniency to anybody. So even an administrator that goes in, if they want access to a privileged credential, just because they have admin rights, does not mean that they're immune from having to take that challenge. So that is really attractive to cyber assurance and providers, is knowing that those credentials really are locked down and safe.
Okay. All right. Excellent. The next question here is, do all vaults have this automation?
Yeah, there's lots of different automation features across different Vault solutions. I think what really sets Secret Server apart is the mixing of our discovery functionality, as well as things like our remote access features. So you blend these things together, and you really have a good end-to-end automation story of being able to discover the accounts, secure access to those accounts, and then really audit and reporting. We also have, when we talk about scheduled reports and other ways of gathering a lot of data on these different sessions, is we have our session recording functionality as well. And so while the automation features in other vaults are valuable as well, we have this story sort of end to end across the environment that really provides a strong experience and secure organizational structure.
Okay. All right. Super. And Theo, last question for you. If people want to get started with Delinea, what do you recommend?
Yeah, if you take a look at the handout section, we have a free privileged access security toolkit. So you can take a look at that. It will contain some information from today, and then also just some general Delinea resources that you can take a look at.
All right. Excellent. Well, Theo, thank you so much for coming on and telling us about Delinea and Secret Server. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you, Theo, for a great presentation. And also much thanks to you, Scott, for leading just a great Q&A there. Now I'm going to put up the next poll question. As you can see right here, let us know what additional information you would like to see about the Delinea solution. Let us know as we get going on the next section here. Remember that there is a Delinea handout, as there are for all of our sponsors today. The Delinea handout is a link to their extended PAM toolkit. Now, that is what I call a useful handout. So make sure you head over there and get that. Get them while they're hot, as they say. And I'm going to leave the poll up while we give away another prize in this cascade of prizes we have, this waterfall of prizes we have today. We've got another $300 Amazon gift card in this session, and the winner of that gift card is Suresh Gad from Virginia. Congratulations to you, Suresh. you will be hearing from us very soon. All right, folks. So you have heard from 3 of the 4 members of the Mod Squad. Now you are about to hear from the 4th member of the Mod Squad. I am about to turn you over to the exceptionally capable hands of Mackenzie Pudici. Mackenzie, are you there?
I am, Keith. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. This is my first
How are
summit.
you doing today? Hey, I have a question for you too.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Have you picked your Valentine yet?
Oh, I have. I've got a long distance love affair.
Oh my. Okay,
And
I don't know how detailed we want to go into that, but I'm glad you have a Valentine to share that love with. So, with that, you know what? I am going to let you take things over, and I'll catch up with you again in a little bit on the other side.
all right. Thanks, Keith. Yeah, I won't spill too many details, but I've got a FaceTime takeout food Valentine date. So, as spicy as that can get, might just be the food. So,
Very
but I am
tasty.
super excited to be here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Keith.
I was just going to say very, very tasty. I like the sound of that.
It's all about the food for me. But yeah, so this is my first summit since joining the moderator team at Actual Tech Media. It's very impressive to see who's in the house and how much valuable information is being shared here today. That said, I cannot wait to introduce you to our next presenter. Please welcome Brandon Laker, Principal Solutions Architect of Security at 1111 Systems. Brandon, are you there? Let's see. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can. Awesome. I'll let you take it away, Brandon, and then I'm going to jump back in during the Q&A and see what the audience has thrown your way in terms of questions. Otherwise, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Hello, welcome to our session, Defend Your Cloud, How a Multi-Layered Security Approach Makes You More Resilient in the Face of Cybercrime. I would like to thank Hewlett Packard Enterprise, or HPE, for sponsoring this event. My name is Brandon Laker, and I will be your presenter today. I am a Principal Solutions Architect focused on security at 1111 Systems. I have over 20 years industry experience working in a variety of different roles. In addition, I have a master's degree in information assurance management and hold numerous industry certifications, including the CISSP. The cloud has become a significant part of the technology strategy for many organizations today. Research conducted in 2023 by Foundry identified that 65% of organizations default to cloud-based services to upgrade or purchase new technology capabilities. That number is slightly down from 72% in the previous year. According to a report by IBM in 2023, 82% of breaches involved data that was stored in cloud environments, with the global average cost of $4.45 million for a data breach. Snyk's 2022 research identified that 80% of organizations experienced a significant cloud-related security incident in the prior year. Cybercriminals, ransomware gangs, and other malicious actors are continuing to become increasingly more aggressive, generating a nearly limitless volume of cyber attacks. These actors often leverage multiple vulnerabilities to carry out a single attack. However, the reality is that only one vulnerability can be enough to lead to the compromise of an entire organization. Couple that with generative AI, which is enabling highly sophisticated attacks to be carried out much more quickly and easily by these malicious actors, elevating our game regarding cloud security has never been more crucial. Organizations need to adopt a holistic defense in depth strategy for securing data in the cloud. This requires taking a comprehensive approach that is multifaceted, built around people, process, and technology. Organizations should leverage administrative and technical controls to provide security in the cloud. While physical controls are an important part of an overall security strategy, the adoption of physical controls for securing the cloud infrastructure is the responsibility of the cloud provider. I'll talk more about the shared responsibility model for cloud computing a bit later in this presentation. However, it is important to consider that cloud computing is only moves some of the security responsibilities from you to the cloud provider. Security should include all parts of the organization and be flexible enough to evolve and adapt to an organization's needs. It is important to understand and align to relevant compliance and regulatory frameworks based on the industry of the organization, but remain cognizant of the fact that compliance and security are not equal. An organization can be compliant, but that doesn't necessarily mean secure. Additionally, organizations should align their cloud security strategy to an industry framework to close gaps and ensure completeness. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework, or CSF, is a flexible and adaptable methodology enabling organizations to develop a comprehensive approach to cybersecurity and managing risk. Many cloud providers have aligned to and provide documentation to support leveraging the NIST CSF in the cloud. Today, we'll focus on version 2.0 of the framework, which is currently in the initial public draft, but is expected to be released early this year. The draft was built on the 5 original functions, often called pillars. Those functions are identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. With version 2.0, an important 6th function named govern has been added. These functions are further divided into categories and subcategories to provide specific guidance for creating robust cybersecurity capabilities to achieve objectives of each function. Together, let's go through each of these functions to cover off on their objectives. The first function we're talking about is govern. The objective is to establish and monitor the organization's cybersecurity risk management strategy, expectations, and policies. I'm sure you're asking, what does that mean? Organizations must understand legal, regulatory, and contractual requirements being imposed upon them. These vary greatly and are influenced by an organization's industry and the type of data it interacts with. This can impact cloud computing requirements, including how data is secured, whether the cloud solution is the right choice for the data being stored and processed. Next, what is an organization's risk management strategy? What is the appetite and tolerance for risk? Understanding these can influence how cloud computing is leveraged and how risks such as vulnerabilities are handled and prioritized. Roles and responsibilities should be understood. What are the organization's responsibilities? What about the cloud provider's responsibilities based on the type of cloud service being leveraged? A RACI metrics should be defined to declare who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed regarding cloud computing activities, decisions, and oversight. Policy, standards, and procedures should be established and formalized to define expectations regarding the use of the cloud, including what it can be used for, how it will be used, requirements for security, and operating procedures. Next, we have the identify function. Here, the objective is to determine the current cybersecurity risk to the organization. A configuration management database, or CMDB, should be maintained to keep an inventory of all assets in the cloud. A process should be established to ensure the CMDB is current based on changes to and include all systems, applications, and data. Additionally, application mapping should be performed to understand the dependencies and relationships between the components and services that make up an application. A capability needs to be established to periodically detect and identify vulnerabilities and other risks that are related to the assets that in the CMDB. Those identified risks should then be assessed to determine their severity. The severity of a risk is based on its exposure, threats, and potential impact. The severity score can then be used to determine how and when a risk should be treated. And finally, a process should be created for ongoing improvement based on information collected from tests and lessons learned activities. Protect is the next function, which is focused on using safeguards to prevent and reduce cybersecurity risk. Solutions to provide identity management, authentication, authorization should be leveraged to control access so that identities are appropriately verified prior to granting them access to cloud resources. Multi-factor authentication, or MFA, should be leveraged as part of the authentication process to reduce the risk of unauthorized access as a result of compromised credentials. Permissions to cloud resources should be granted using role-based access control, or RBAC, following the principle of least privilege. The principle of least privilege dictates that entities that should have the required level of access necessary to complete their jobs and nothing more. A single sign-on or SSO solution can be leveraged if an organization needs to manage access to multiple cloud solutions. With SSO, access can be centrally managed using a unified user identity and profile. Users are required to manage and remember a single set of credentials, which enhances the user experience. SSO also prevents users from being able to use the same username and password across multiple individual cloud solutions. Next, general awareness and training should be provided to all users to educate them on social engineering and other cybersecurity risks, as well as an organization's procedures and policies such as acceptable use. Users in specialized roles, including personnel in cybersecurity, finance, senior leadership, and those accessing data critical to the organization, should receive additional training. Cloud data should be protected commensurate with its level of sensitivity and criticality. Non-public information should be encrypted at rest and in transit. Backup strategies leveraging immutability should be implemented to ensure that data can be recovered within an organization's recovery point objective, or RPO, in case of an unwanted alteration or loss event. Replication should be utilized to ensure data is durable and meets availability expectations. And then secure data destruction methods such as crypto shredding should be leveraged to destroy data once it has reached the end of its retention or usefulness. Configuration management practices should be utilized to establish and maintain configuration baselines and hardening parameters. All changes to cloud resources should follow a defined change management process to evaluate, approve, track, and document changes. All cloud systems, applications, and services should be configured to generate logs for all activities and events that occur. Solutions should be implemented to prevent the installation and execution of unauthorized or malicious software. Logical segmentation should be leveraged to isolate cloud resources according to classification, trust boundary, or type. Communication should be restricted to permit only what is necessary between logical segments and between an organization's resources and external systems. Cloud solutions should be architected in a way to be reliable, highly available, scalable, and minimize single points of failure. A disaster recovery strategy should be defined and solutions implemented, providing the ability for an organization to meet the recovery time objective, or RTO, in the event of a disaster. The next function is detect. The objective here is to find and analyze possible cybersecurity attacks and compromises. All cloud environments, resources, and assets should be monitored to identify malicious and anomalous activity. A security information and event management, or SIEM, solution provides organizations the ability to aggregate, normalize, and correlate log information from various sources to identify those attacks or events. In addition, many SIEM solutions allow organizations to incorporate threat intelligence and indicator of compromise, or IOC, information to enhance detection and analysis capabilities. The respond function focuses on taking action after a cybersecurity incident has been detected. The ability to effectively and efficiently respond to a cybersecurity incident as quickly as possible is crucial to minimizing its impact and cost. There must be clearly defined and understood criteria and processes in place for declaring an incident, categorizing an incident, as well as prioritizing and escalating the incident. Capabilities should be established for incident investigation, performing root cause analysis, and digital forensics. Additionally, there may be a need to collect evidence and maintain a chain of custody, for example, when there is a possibility of legal action or to satisfy other requirements. Developing relationships with third parties to provide some of these services may be appropriate if it doesn't make sense for an organization to retain those services in-house. Solutions should be in place to help automate and streamline containment and response activities. These include endpoint detection response, or EDR, intrusion prevention, security orchestration, automation, and response, also called SOAR, to automatically perform actions for containment and isolation. Documenting all actions and steps taken during response activities is important to enable organizations to conduct a post-incident review or lessons learned and identify opportunities to improve their incident response process and overall security. The documentation can also be beneficial as an artifact to support an organization's assertion of having taken appropriate response actions in the event of an incident. Processes and procedures should be established to provide appropriate communication to all internal and external stakeholders during and after an incident. The final function is recover. Recovery has the objective of restoring assets and operations that were impacted by a cybersecurity incident. This requires that an organization can identify what recovery is required, the scope of the recovery effort, and the ability to prioritize the recovery of resources, as well as successfully carry out the recovery activities. It is vitally important that organizations are able to restore affected assets to a known, good, and clean state. The integrity of backups must be verified to be free of malicious code, indicators of compromise, corruption, and other integrity issues prior to use. After the assets have been restored, they must be verified to validate that they have been restored successfully and operate as expected. As with the respond function, communication is highly important within the recovery function as well. Information about recovery activities and progress should be appropriately communicated to internal and external stakeholders. Updates to the public should be communicated using approved procedures and messaging. It is important to remain conscious of the fact that an organization's responsibilities differ depending on the type of cloud service being used. One constant regardless of the cloud service type is that an organization consuming the services is responsible for managing the identities and access of users and other entities allowed to interact with the services being consumed. That consuming organization is also responsible for ensuring the data stored and processed in the cloud is protected commensurate with its type, sensitivity, and any contractual or regulatory requirements. Zero Trust is a modern security model whose core principles enable organizations to address these common responsibilities across all three service types. It is important to remember that Zero Trust is a journey and can be implemented in steps or phases. We'll look at its core principles and tenets, including how those tenets help to achieve the objectives in the CSF functions. There are three fundamental core principles of Zero Trust. Number one, assume breach. All access should be performed securely using end-to-end encryption. Segmentation should be used to minimize access, and all activity should be logged. Number two, least privilege. Verified users and devices should be granted the minimum level permissions necessary to perform their function for the shortest amount of time possible. Number three, verify explicitly. Authenticate and authorize based on all data points available, including user or device identity, device health, data sensitivity, location, and anomalies. These core principles make Zero Trust a well-suited solution for cloud computing, which invalidates the prior convention where an organization can clearly define a boundary or perimeter between trusted and untrusted environments. This lack of a clear boundary is complicated with the shift towards distributed and remote workforce, the proliferation of bring your own device or BYOD in today's complex threat landscape. The adoption of a Zero Trust strategy enables organizations to mitigate risks related to these modern challenges. Let's review the core tenets of the Zero Trust architecture and how they assist in meeting the requirements for the functions in the CSF. The 7 core tenets of the Zero Trust architecture, as defined by NIST Special Publication 800-207, are: all data sources and computing services are considered resources. Resources are assets, and an inventory should be maintained of all assets, which meets objectives in the identify function. Number 2, all communication is secured regardless of network location. Securing communication is accomplished using encryption, meeting objectives in the protect function. Number 3, access to individual resources is granted on least privilege per session basis. Granular access based on the principle of least privilege meets objectives in the protect function. Access to resources is determined by dynamic policy, including the observable state of the client identity, application or service, and the requesting asset, and may include other behavioral or environmental attributes. The attributes used to evaluate risk prior to granting access. This meets objectives in the identify function. This tenet also meets objectives in the protect function. Number 5, integrity and security posture of all assets is monitored and measured. Monitoring and measuring the asset's integrity and security is done through an assessment, which meets objectives in the identify function. It is also possible to identify anomalous or undesirable characteristics which could indicate a cybersecurity event which meets objectives in the detect function. All resource authentication and authorization are dynamic and strictly enforced before access is allowed. This tenet directly aligns to objectives in the protect function through authentication and authorization. And then finally, number 7. All information about assets, networking communications should be collected and used to improve security posture. This tenet's objective meets the identify function through the evaluation and improvement of security posture, and the protect and detect functions through the logging and monitoring. To recap, aligning to this CSF provides organizations with the ability with organization and industry recognized framework to develop a comprehensive and holistic strategy for effectively managed cybersecurity risk in the cloud. Migrating risks associated with cloud computing and the current threat landscape for the common responsibilities across those different service types can be addressed by adopting a Zero Trust strategy. The Zero Trust architecture supports numerous objectives across the functions within this NIST CSF. At 1111 Systems, we have capabilities to assist organizations with initiatives related to the objectives and concepts I've covered with the help of our partners, such as HPE. Please feel free to scan the QR code and complete a free cyber recovery risk assessment to gain an understanding of your organization's current risk profile. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Brandon. I really appreciate the presentation. We've had a number of questions come through, and I don't know if we'll have time to get through all of them today, but we will definitely try to get through some of the top ones. And before we begin the Q&A, I just want to point out that I'm going to put up a poll here so that everybody can get their answers in. The poll is: what additional information would you like from the 1111 system solution? A lot to think about here in terms of, implementing this and being able to use it. So we'd love to get your feedback on any additional resources you'd like to receive. This ensures you get what you need when you need it. So please do take a moment and throw your answer in the poll. All right, Brandon, are you ready for some questions?
I am, thank you.
All right. First one I've got for you is: if an organization has a need to align multiple regulatory and industry frameworks, is there a way to simplify the process of assessing framework alignment?
Great question. Absolutely. One of the easiest ways to go through and allow an organization to compare themselves and assess against multiple frameworks is by establishing a common control matrix. Basically, what that is done during that process is you're creating a crosswalk between those frameworks to allow you to understand what the common controls are, and then also make sure that you highlight and identify all the controls that are relevant to each of the individual frameworks. You also want to create a mapping to understand which objectives are being met with which frameworks based on the control framework that you have established through the common control framework.
All right. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to try to go as efficiently as I can here. So next one I've got is: how can organizations integrate people and processes into their cybersecurity strategy alongside the technological solutions?
Great question. That's incorporation of the people is done by creating a security work culture. Security awareness training, making sure that people understand the policies, procedures, expectations being imposed upon them, making sure they understand how to identify risky or anomalous activities and who they should report that activity to in the event that something happens. Is that your help desk? Is that secure operations? Making sure that they understand what that communication path is. Is that email? Is that a phone call? And then making sure that there's processes that have been developed to allow users within the organization to understand how to use the different systems and services that are being provided to them through the cloud solutions, to be able to do that in the appropriate way without doing things that could create additional risk or harm to the organization.
Beautiful. Okay. This seems like a bit of a mega question, but I'm going to ask it. It says from Chad: could you provide an in-depth overview of 1111 Systems' approach to cloud security, including the specific methodologies and technologies employed to protect data integrity, confidentiality, and availability in cloud environments? That might need its own presentation, but I don't know if there's a recap you can give for that.
I can definitely cover that at a very high level. We do align from the cybersecurity framework, as I mentioned. A lot of cloud providers do. We do as well. We also align to a number of other security and privacy frameworks, including GDPR, other NIST standards, ISO, and to be able to meet those different control frameworks, we have to implement the capabilities aligned to each of those objectives or subcategories within the framework. So, encryption, secure access, things like that.
All right. I think that's good. And keep in mind, anyone in the audience who asked a question, these will be passed along to Brandon and the team. So they'll be able to follow up with further and more rich information after today's summit. That said, Brandon, I've got a final question for you. If someone does want to get started right away, this can seem like a daunting task. Do you have any recommendations for getting started, and what would those first steps look like?
Absolutely. So, one of the foundational capabilities and requirements to really be able to provide security, regardless of in the cloud or otherwise, is you need to have a list of all your assets. If you don't know what assets you have, you don't know what risks may exist. So the first step is going to be to identify and document your assets. Next would be to basically go through and conduct a risk assessment. This way you understand where your greatest risks are for your organization today, and then to identify which of the functions within the CSF that the capability that you need to implement it, or which functions can help you to achieve the objectives to reduce that risk for those assets you have identified, and then approach it that way by basically, tackling areas of the greatest risk to the organization first to lessen the potential chance of suffering a significant or impactful incident.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to leave that as the last question. Thank you so much for being here, Brandon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
My pleasure. So if you guys, do want to get started right away, I do want to remind you that the white paper from 1111 Systems is in the handouts tab. It's titled Data Security, a Winning Playbook. Definitely go grab it now so that you have it. You can read it later. It's in an easy PDF format for you. And with that, I have a prize to announce. Right now, we have a $300 Amazon gift card to give away, and a quick reminder that you must be present at the summit to win. And with that, our next lucky winner here is Brenda Toes from Indiana. Congratulations. As always, we'll be in touch about claiming your prize after the event. And don't forget that there are still many more prizes, both the Amazon gift card today, as well as some other cool tech gear. But for now, let's keep zipping right along and jump into our next presentation on today's summit. We have got Zerto up in the queue. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our next presenter, Anthony Dutra, CISSP and Technical Marketing Engineer at Zerto. Anthony, thank you for being here. I know you have some great stuff planned for the audience today, and I'm going to hand things right over to you now. So Anthony, take it away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this ATM presentation on cloud security with Zerto. My name is Anthony Dutra. I am a technical marketing engineer at Zerto, and I am very excited to be speaking with you today about how we offer cloud security and really how Zerto is evolving with the cloud alongside some of its challenges. So let's talk about evolving right off the bat and how IT is evolving. I've been in the industry for quite some time, and mainly in the infrastructure enterprise side of things, and I've seen how important the data center is to our applications, right? Our applications have to run on something, and that always starts within the data center itself. Back in the day, as we like to say, everything was run on physical servers itself. So an application, let's just say like a customer database, was mapped to the physical hardware within the data center itself. So developing that application took a much more monolithic approach and structure within itself to code, release updates, patch, things of that nature. And when it came to scaling out, you would, let's say we're running out of storage on your database, you would then have to rely on, the people within the data center to get more disks. A lot of this stuff would take some time. In-step virtualization, the new sort of HCI space that we see out there, and really anything in terms of our ability to decouple what the underlying hardware is that is hosting our applications from the applications itself became much more easily adoptable and much more efficient for us to run within the data centers, as well as for application developers to work with and quickly deploy code, mess up, and be able to re-provision things as we see fit, right, as the application demands. Well, now in terms of the public cloud, right, being able to host a lot of those services for you and really then breaking down your application into these many different microservices, the sort of flexibility or necessity of being on demand now is much more prevalent. And this is why cloud today has become so much, well, is now becoming the de facto standard in terms of, okay, you're using most likely public cloud services alongside your infrastructure today in some capacity. So cloud has become the norm. We are decentralizing much of our applications and the data from the actual hardware itself. And in doing so, we're introducing quite a lot of challenges into our IT infrastructures as well as our day-to-day operations. So the first one, right, as we look to adopt the cloud or kind of move to it, is the rise of ransomware, and we can see that trend just going into the billions by 2031. Disruptions in data loss, particularly to small businesses, is quite frequent. It's not easy to necessarily lift and shift anything that you have on premise to a public cloud provider. It's not necessarily you have to have some sort of learning curve in adopting these new cloud technologies. And if you do try to just make a move to them, you have the high risk of seeing how much, of being affected by the downtime of it. This again goes into things like infrastructure complexity, right? Now managing something on premise as well as within the public cloud and playing by public cloud provider rules. So now I lose that control and flexibility between, where I used to have it within the data center with my applications. That's no longer gone. And we're moving away, again, this is all costing us a lot of money in terms of capital intensive spend because we're spending it on messing up, right? I can even admit within my own organization, and we use public cloud services, I leave things running sometimes and the bill adds up, right? So it's not, there are a wide variety of challenges when it comes to cloud security overall. And here at Zerto, we try to leverage our best-in-class continuous data protection in order to meet those challenges itself. So for us, continuous data protection is basically our replication, all dictated by our journal, that allows for a very granular point-in-time recovery in the event of a disaster, or if you're just looking to do a migration from, let's say, on-premise to a public cloud provider. You can see pretty much everything on here that makes up Zerto and why we are special and unique within this sort of set, tooling set. Things like one-to-many replication, being able to fan out, between multiple maybe public cloud providers or on-premise data centers. Our open APIs that's really enables us to be much more integrated into other solutions. So there is a wide variety of built-in technical advantages for cloud security that Zerto is known for. So I kind of really quickly blown through what makes us unique and different, but I kind of want to take the 20 minutes to dive into how necessarily we do it, because it is what promotes cloud security overall. So our main claim to fame is our continuous data protection, or CDP. Basically, we operate at the hypervisor level, mainly on on-premise servers, ESXi environments, Hyper-V. And what we are able to do is basically replicate with our virtual appliances the virtual machines that you tell us to protect quite seamlessly between a public cloud provider, another on-premise data center, MSP's data center, all through a simple to use GUI and dashboard, allowing for that flexibility and recoverability to be much more operationally efficient and quick. So it's us being software only, operating again at the hypervisor level, that makes us efficient from a usability standpoint. How we protect the virtual workloads that make up applications also make us unique. We put them in what are called virtual protection groups, or VPGs. And as I mentioned, the journaling before, where we can roll back to a very specific point in time, Well, we take all the virtual machines that make up your application, put them in one protection group, and then you have that sort of rewind and the failover and fail back capability within that group to bring everything back up to the same point in time that, again, is going to be operationally efficient for your technologies. And again, it's the same sort of steps if you're looking to do a cloud migration as well. You want to group all those VMs at the same time to then move them to become virtual instances in the public cloud. So it's a much more application-centric approach to how we protect virtual machines and therefore applications within the stack today. And then as you already heard me mention, the journal itself. So this is what allows for that granularity. It's nothing that is snapshot based. It's all unique proprietary engine in terms of replication under the hood that is Zerto secret sauce. And we allow this, I like to say, DVR like rollback to recover from let's say a ransomware attack, or if you made a bad something went funky in terms of a migration to another side, you're able to roll things back and recover without disruption and with minimal downtime overall. We've also added a new feature for protecting against ransomware, our encryption detection. This is for those who are looking to do the replication maybe within a hybrid cloud format, and you are noticing, well, Zerto will actually notice for you within the virtual protection group a VM that may be experiencing a high rate of encryption, and we then alert the users as well as provide some remediation steps in order for them to recover from this, to recover to a clean point before that encryption attack actually took place. So again, how we sort of layer in security into our replication stream in order to keep you safe within the public cloud domain. And again, this is the cloud domain overall, right? It's because Zerto is really about unlocking multiple levels of the cloud and doing so in many different formats. Again, we're software only, so it's a scale out architecture and approach to how easily you're able to replicate things in itself, as well as just provision Zerto and get it up and running and going quite easily. Everything we do in terms of the on-premise providers themselves or within the public cloud, we're using their native services to both do the replication, or when you restore, you're restoring into truly native AWS and truly native Azure services, and not like a VMware base on the back end. So a lot of this seamless mobility from VM to virtual instance, or even moving between maybe even more hybrid cloud formats like on HPE GreenLake, Zerto enables that with much higher rate of flexibility overall. So our main claim to fame is disaster recovery, right? So to the cloud, if you are looking for, and this again can work both ways, right? If you're looking for cloud security in terms of recoverability, this Zerto gives you the ability to recover from on-premise to the public cloud, and from the public cloud back down to on-premise as well. So this replication, again, path works both ways, and you can fail over and fail back from both domains, right? So here's what we're talking about at a high level. Let's say I'm on premise today, building out my own hybrid cloud infrastructure. I have a production site and I have a DR site. Both sites go down. Zerto allows me to replicate now to the public cloud, again, leveraging those services. And we could do so, as you've seen before, within a one-to-many format. So let's say I've already, this was one VPG here. I can now have another one that allows me to replicate those same VMs at the same time to a public cloud site here. And you can see how that sort of creates this fan-out architecture in terms of replication. So for Zerto, this is what our cloud native architecture looks like at a high level. Basically, what you're doing is you're putting the Zerto virtual appliance, or what we call the Zerto cloud appliance, in one of our two supported public cloud providers there. And what we have is spinned up already for you on the underlying architecture is all the goodies that you need in order to start replicating, failing over, or even migrating to one of these public cloud providers. Again, this is all cloud native, and we are not using any underlying VMware service to replicate to those services, right? These are native to the public cloud providers that you're replicating to. This is what the AWS architecture looks like. We do have some a lot more performance enhancements coming to these as well, especially for those who may have come to previous ATMs and noticed that we are starting to split out the VRAs from the ZCAs in order to allow for replication to scale at a much more to scale just a lot more frequently and to scale. And basically, we're again using everything that AWS has provided in terms of their EC2 services. We're using S3 buckets, EBS volumes, etc., in order to allow our users to recover to AWS in a native format. And the same thing for Azure, right? You're able to fail over and fail back between your on-premise environment to Azure public cloud. And if you do have Azure public cloud today, you can install the ZCA within the marketplace and move things back on premise if you are looking for a path for both ways. So that is to the cloud itself. That's how Zerto allows for recoverability and enabling cloud security from on-premise to the cloud. And really, if you're looking for it to the cloud back on-premise, what do we do for disaster recovery in the cloud? And we basically provide very much the same technologies and sort of capabilities, but again, within those native cloud formats. So you're going to see very much Zerto's bread and butter, but now being regionally replicating between those sites. And it's, again, allowing for a much more operationally efficient cloud strategy because you're able to now, at scale, protect thousands of virtual instances across basically the globe. And of course, we have our open APIs on the back end of all of these services as well. So if you're looking to programmatically start, maybe triggering events or pulling data from Zerto itself, it's very flexible in terms of how your developers can get at it. This is what an architecture looks like for Microsoft Azure. It's in region replication, and we do have a couple of things that are important to mention here. So obviously, you're replicating between two Azure, one your production Azure region to another Azure region. And again, if something happens to the production site, you have that same level of recoverability and flexibility to restore at the secondary site. We allow for multi-disk consistency. So if there's multiple disks attached to a virtual machine, we're going to ensure that everything is failed over in a state that, again, is most operationally efficient. And of course, we actually integrate with some of Microsoft APIs that are very specific to the Zerto product itself, mainly the restore points crash consistency APIs. So we are, again, natively building these tools with Azure and for Azure in mind. Same thing for AWS. We have a much more dedicated and specific tool for this called Zerto in Cloud for AWS. Again, it's that same global region to region disaster recovery functionality, but again, now for the AWS platform. You still have everything from the ability to, simplify failover and failing back all through the GUI itself. We can protect thousands of virtual machines virtual instances or EC2 instances, within AWS itself. And we provide for a lot of analytics to be put on top of this sort of replication strategy with our Zerto for Analytics platform. So basically, all of this is to say, if you are looking to replicate both on-premise and within the AWS itself, we have a tool that is specifically designed for that. This is what replication looks like between the two sites. Contradictory to not contradictory, very similar to how Azure functions. basically what Zerto is doing for you is much of the facilitation and orchestration of replicating snapshots, EBS snapshots between regions, and then using our journal, which is stored within DynamoDB, to track those multiple different checkpoints for you to roll back to, so that in the event of a failover, you're able to simply pull up everything from that secondary region and validate that everything is working and looking well to, again, that point in time that you choose, almost like you're rewinding from a DVR. So we, again, enable this scalability globally and protecting your EC2 instances, EBS volumes as such between these multiple different regions. It is Zerto in Cloud for AWS is available within the marketplace today. So you can go check it out and actually just click a button and subscribe to it and start using it. And we, again, support all major regions. It's an automated an orchestrated disaster recovery platform to and from any AWS region. So at the end of the day, the Zerto difference for cloud security is that we are one platform that is diverse for multiple workloads. Again, if you're protecting stuff that is cloud native, running in Azure, running in AWS, and you want to bring it down on premise or just use on premise as a failover place, you can do so, or how it's done traditionally, where you fail over from on premise to a public cloud provider, or one to many, from one on premise to multiple providers themselves. Continuous data protection is our bread and butter. So when you are, failing over and failing back, you can expect the fastest times to recover and being operationally efficient as quickly as possible at the end of the day, because again, a cloud is opened up a lot of different vulnerabilities, and it has not made life easy for the IT administrators overall. And knowing that your data is available, your VMs, your applications are available to you with just a simple click of a button in case something happens, is nice to have, and it's very simple to use and set up for yourself. All right. If you're looking to learn more about Zerto and really get your hands dirty, I would highly suggest going to our hands-on labs, so zerto.com/labs, and then check out what people are saying about us. Read the PairSpot reviews. I tend to even scroll through there sometimes and really just see what people are saying and how they're using the technology. All right, I think too I will be on here for some questions, so I look forward to speaking with you all.
Anthony, that was excellent. I like the way you brought up evolution as a theme in technology and how we can approach our use of it. I believe it's very important to keep in mind that we will always need to keep an evolving approach to data security and recovery. For everyone here in the audience, I'll be posing your questions to Anthony in just a few seconds. But in the meantime, I'm going to throw up a poll, so make sure you answer that and let Zerto know what you might want from them in terms of some additional information. All right, Anthony, are you ready for this?
Yes, bring it.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so first question I've got in the queue here is Zerto's encryption detection feature an extra charge?
Yes, so no, it is not. Part of Zerto 10 enables that encryption detection feature, just part of our regular enterprise licensing. And if something looks funky within a virtual machine, Zerto will let you know at no extra cost.
Nice. I know we don't always want to talk like dollars and cents, but very cool that it's just part of the package. So, okay, next question. Is Zerto in cloud for AWS available in the marketplace now?
Yes, it is. It actually fairly recently dropped within the marketplace today. So if you are familiar with AWS and you want to go check it out for yourself, it's very easy to subscribe to it.
Super cool. Next question. Is Zerto on HPE GreenLake?
Ooh, yes, it is. And it's actually part of the HPE GreenLake for disaster recovery Cloud Console. Definitely go check that out along with everything else that is coming out on the HPE GreenLake platform for sure.
Okay, nice. This one's just a comment, not a question, but Adam says Zerto is always on point, so I want you to feel good about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I do have a couple more questions. So Danny's asking, what services does Zerto offer to test recovery?
Yep. So we have built into Zerto itself a failover test capability. Basically, Zerto will simulate whatever virtual machines you told it to protect and sort of spin that up at the secondary site that you were protecting at. It doesn't interfere with your production site. You get a report at the end of the failover test to see what exactly occurred and when it occurred. And again, completely disruptive and a feature that is just part of Zerto.
Nice. Okay. I think we have time for a couple more because you're quick. So, does Zerto offer automation and orchestration features for cloud workloads?
Yep. So I think a lot of what of my presentation there is based off of that. So you saw me talking about replicating from on-premise to the public cloud. All of that is handled for you by Zerto when you click the failover button or move button, and then within the cloud itself. So both for Azure, you have that same sort of GUI feel and functionality to move between regions, and then with Zerto in cloud for AWS, that same exact sort of feature set, but between regions there.
Okay, nice. So I think we've got just time for one final question, and this is for me. Essentially, where would the next place be for those looking to check out Zerto to go? Would it be that hands-on lab you'd mentioned there, or what are good steps?
Yes, definitely read my mind there. Please, everybody, go ahead and check out the hands-on lab. The technical marketing team, myself, we work very hard to maintain them. They're for free for you to go play with the software yourself, see how it works, see what doesn't, and then, of course, reach out to us if you have any questions or just want to yell at somebody. You know, it feels good to do that. So
that's true. You know, I love just like yelling into a pillow once in a while. So.
There we go. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. And yeah, we'll move on. But it's such a great guest. Thank you for being here. And folks, if you do want to learn more other than that hands-on lab, I always want to suggest the handout tab. Make sure you grab the data sheet from Zerto. It's their data sheet about the Cyber Resilience Vault. So check that out. Definitely give it a one over and go from there. I do have some more prizes to give away, which is pretty exciting. Not one, not two, but 3 prizes to give away. So get your, drum roll on the desk going now. Remember, you do need to be present at the webinar to win. And without further ado, the lucky winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Eddie Riley from Virginia. Congratulations, Eddie. And the winners of 2 Nintendo Switch consoles are Ryan Leninger from Michigan and Jim Ryan from Colorado. So congrats to all 3 of you. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prizes after the summit. And all right, Keith, I am getting tingly with all this excitement. Look, I can't even speak. Excitement. What say you if I have you introduce the next
There has been so
presenter?
much excitement today, Mackenzie. I can hardly stand it.
Exactly.
Now, I do have to say, for everyone on who you announced before that you're kind of a rookie, kind of a newbie at this. This is your first really big event. But folks, Mackenzie does not sound like a rookie or newbie to me, does he? He is so polished and professional, just doing a great job. Mackenzie, it's awesome to have you as part of the team here. And it was just a delight to have you take over for a little while today. I am happy to take back the reins and let you get back to it. So what do you think? You ready to turn things back over?
Sounds good. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate the compliments and can't wait for the next one. I'll let you go from here.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon, Mackenzie.
Cheers. Thanks.
Okay, everyone. That was great. Love those sessions and I'm happy to be back, ready to go again. And so let's hop into our next session. This comes from Rubric. Presenting for Rubric today is Matt Bisceglia, and I am going to be hopping on a camera with Matt for a little bit at the end here when he has done the initial presentation. So, Matt, I am going to hand you the mic. Looks like you're ready to go. Let's get into it. Take it away.
Hey, Keith. Thanks for having me. Hi, folks. Matt Bisceglia with Rubric. Appreciate you joining the session. I'm going to chat a little bit today around how Rubric can help secure the modern workplace as more and more employees are working in a hybrid or a remote setting, and specifically how Rubric can help protect the enterprise's data and the applications that you're running to support those individuals. So why don't we jump into it? The real driver for this as we think about employees working remote is we're leveraging more and more cloud, whether that be IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. Specifically for the employees, most likely it's going to be SaaS workloads. And when we think about the challenges, specifically from a ransomware or cyber incident lens, we're seeing that these platforms are becoming compromised, particularly data breaches, exfiltration of data. IBM just came out with their annual security report, and they found that about 82% of data breaches actually involved cloud. Specifically, the leading cause of that was compromised credentials in the cloud at 36%. So that attack vector, is very common. Another stat is from Permiso Security, which really focuses on identity. And they reported that 100% of their cloud investigations were the result of compromised credentials. So employees' credentials are being compromised and threat adversaries are going after the data, right? They're exfiltrating the data, they're exposing the data, they're taking that information, either to get a ransom paid or to sell that data on the dark web. So it's obviously a concern. And it's a problem that I think a lot of organizations are trying to prevent, but it's still happening, right? As we build these thicker walls around our data, these threat adversaries are breaking through and they're exfiltrating it, as we talked about, or at least exposing that information, or doing things like ransomware and double extortion techniques where they're deleting and encrypting production data sets, maybe even going after test dev, backup data, SaaS applications, etc. So that's specifically how they're compromising it. And when we think about the challenge specifically to cloud and other applications, whether they be IaaS, PaaS, even SaaS, backups that you might have in the cloud, the identity of those individuals, and we think about this problem as we can extrapolate that over all these environments you might have multiple accounts with this information, and you start thinking about the regions of those accounts and all the complexity involving with that, and trying to manage that, determine where your data is, what sensitive data might be out there, what users have access to that information, is it protected, is it not, could we recover the data, right? All these questions start to arise. And then you take that even a step further and think about multi-cloud and SaaS and layer all these things in. It becomes unwieldy very quickly and very difficult to know, are we okay, are we safe, can we recover? And can our workers, our employees, get back to business if these systems are compromised? So specifically thinking about that, what are the most common apps that employees are using? They're using things like Microsoft 365, Google Workspace, maybe even file shares, right, to get access to their data, SharePoint, things like that, to collaborate with their fellow employees or customers, clients, etc. If those are down, how do they work? How do they operate? If those are compromised in an attack. What happens if PII and PHI, that's personally identifiable information, personal health information, if that data is exfiltrated? It could be of your employees, it could be of your customers, partners, etc. What would be the impact to the brand? Would there be class action lawsuits because identities were stolen due to that leak? Would there be regulatory fines for not meeting compliance? Those types of things that you need to think about. And how do you prevent it? So this is where Rubric can really help. As we think about specifically the data itself, Rubrik has the core tenet of what we do is backup and recovery. So the first thing to do is protect it, back up that data. But even before you do that, you might be asking yourself, like, what do I actually need to back up and why? What's out there? And so what Rubrik also provides is the ability to classify the data, to know specifically what is sensitive, what might be intellectual property, what might be PII, PHI. Where is it? Not only in cloud, but on-prem. Not only just IaaS, but PaaS and SaaS workloads. What's out there? So security and IT professionals can identify that, know who has access to those systems, but also what sensitive data is in those systems as well. And who has access to that specific sensitive data, should they have access? And is it being protected or not? And if it isn't, then I need to find a way to protect that so it's resilient, so I can recover the data. I can copy the data, move the data if necessary to other environments to run and operate those applications while I'm recovering or dealing with an incident. When and if there is some sort of incident, what systems were compromised? Down to the file folder level. If it's on-prem, what virtual machines? If it's in the cloud, was it an S3 bucket? What was impacted? What was potentially exfiltrated? What was exposed? What do the bad guys have? You can also, from there, determine if identities might have been compromised. If so, whose identities were they and what needs to be remediated from that perspective? And then lastly, recover the data, be able to protect and recover that data. If that data has been encrypted or deleted by a threat adversary, knowing what systems were impacted and being able to quickly recover it, doing things like going to the last known good recovery point, identifying indicators of compromise so you're not recovering malware with good code and reinfecting yourself. These are all the things that Rubrik can really help with. At the end of the day, it's all about protecting your data, making your data resilient so that your users and your applications can be up and running safely and securely as much as possible. And we take this seriously. Obviously, we put this within the NIST framework. It's really one of the things that we drive all product decisions by, whether that's things that we develop ourselves or even we do through acquisition. With the newest version of the NIST framework, when it was released, interestingly enough, it coincided with an acquisition we recently made of Laminar, which is a data security posture management platform, which helps to extend some of these core capabilities to the cloud, specifically SaaS workloads and other IaaS and PaaS workloads. And when NIST came out with the whole govern aspect of the framework, this really just helps to extend some of the govern capabilities that we have here at Rubrik to drive visibility into what's going on with your data, knowing if you're meeting compliance, and ensuring that your users are getting access to the right data. And that type of visibility is really important. And this is why we made that acquisition. So excited to have them on board. So folks, that's really all I had for you today. The goal was really just to give you a primer into how Rubrik can help you specifically when it comes to protecting the users as they access your applications and your data, and ensuring that your data is protected, because it is obviously one of the most important things, if not the most important part of any organization. So appreciate your time. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conversations coming forward. Thanks, Keith. Keith, it looks like we got some good questions here. I don't know if you wanted to kind of kick things off, and we could go through some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for that presentation, Matt. You mentioned in one of your slides there, when or if you're attacked. I think that may be a little optimistic, nowadays. I think we can pretty much safely say when you're attacked. It isn't a matter of if. The attacks are coming too fast and too furious, to put it in blockbuster movie terms, right? Everybody is vulnerable and in danger, and pretty much it's safer to assume you will be attacked, I think. And so this kind of information is so crucial these days. But you're right, we do have some great questions coming in. I want to get to those now. So first question for you today, Matt. What type of SaaS applications does Rubrik protect?
Yeah, great question. We protect a number actually. Most common being the ones that I had mentioned earlier, like Microsoft 365, Google Workspace, the collaboration tools that most organizations are leveraging. We also do things like Jira backup, so Atlassian backup, some of the Atlassian tools like Jira, working on backup and protection and visibility into things like Microsoft 360, Salesforce.com. I already mentioned M365, and even things like Snowflake. So the ability to introspect what's out there, what data is there to protect that information from harm. So those are just a handful of some of the things that we support today.
Okay. Speaking of support, we have another question related to that. What cloud providers do you support? Do you work with? So there's obviously the big ones. Let's go over each of those in turn.
Yeah, I think that was kind of, I'm assuming, the big three. So all of them, AWS, Azure, GCP, Google, we support all of them. From an IaaS perspective, so, AWS, like RDS, S3, Azure VMs in the Azure world, Azure Blob, all that. From a GCP standpoint, pretty much all the major IaaS offerings that they have. Available on the marketplaces. So I know a lot of organizations go all in with maybe one or maybe multiple cloud partners that they want to maybe procure additional software from. Rubrik also has partnerships with that, with them there, so you can procure through marketplace. And we're some of the strongest partners, particularly Microsoft, doing a lot of joint development with them. And a lot of integrations, not only just protection and visibility, but even integrations into the stack, like things like the ability into Azure Sentinel and Azure Defender. So integrations into the stack as well. If we're not either building tech on top of it or supporting our customers from a backup recovery visibility, DSPM type functionality. Hopefully that helped.
And that kind of cloud agnosticism is becoming increasingly important, isn't it? Because we are in the era of multi-cloud, and as a company with backup data, you're going to use whatever cloud has the features that you need for that particular job, and that could mean you're working across one, two, or all of the big public clouds, couldn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, totally. Great point, Keith. And the other thing that's important too is on-prem. There's still a lot of organizations that are running, virtual machines in a data center that need support there as well. And Rubrik supports both on-prem and major cloud providers as well through a single platform, right?
Exactly. And what we see more and more, obviously, is that hybrid seems to be what so many companies are settling on. So, in other words, you protect end to end, basically, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right. So you've given us a lot of great information on Rubrik today. So a lot of people are probably going to be interested in knowing more, wanting to find out more and take the next step. So Matt, what should they do next right after this event ends to learn more about Rubrik?
Yeah, I memean, the obvious things, go to the website, reach out to your account team if you know your Rubrik account team. If not, the major cloud providers, ask them. They will know. At AWS, Azure, GCP reps, they'll know who their Rubrik counterpart is. You can reach out to me directly, Matt Bisceglia. You can hit me up on LinkedIn. Happy to chat with you there, and we can reach out that way. You can email me at matthew.bisceglia, my last name. Probably easier to just put it up there so you guys don't have to. In fact, I'll go to that. You're happy to reach out there and get me directly if you'd like. It's matthew.bisceglia@rubrik.com. Really anybody from the CEO down, we're all here to help. We're all here to help our customers. So if there's any interest at all, reach out. Ton of content online as well, like YouTube and other events like this. You can get more details, more demos if you're interested in that. In testing the technology or seeing a demo, please reach out. We'd be happy to set you up with that.
Okay, and we'll leave your name up there for another minute because it's not the easiest one to remember
Not
or
at
to
all.
spell.
Not
So,
at all.
so hopefully they've had a little bit of time now to see it and hopefully to get what they need out of it.
Yeah.
Matt, it's been such a pleasure to talk to you today. Thanks so much for your time and for updating us on what Rubrik is doing. It's such an innovative company, and we're always happy to see you.
Keith, thanks for having us on, and I enjoyed today, and enjoy the rest of the time, folks. Thanks all for joining. Take care.
Thank you. Great.
Bye.
And well, that was a lot of fun to do. I think we got my mic issue sorted out here, so hopefully I'm a little bit more clear now. And we got the next poll question up. We want to hear your feedback on additional resources you'd like to see from Rubrik. Also, like to remind you about the handouts while you fill out that poll. We've got a link to find out more about Rubrik there in the handouts section. And another minute for the poll question because we're going to get to our next prize drawing. This one is a $300 Amazon gift card. Boy, we are giving away a ton of those today, aren't we? It seems like every time I turn around, we're giving out $300 more to Amazon. So probably no complaints on your side, right, folks? The winner of the $300 Amazon gift card for this session is Kitsy Pepper from Texas. Congratulations to you, Kitsy. We will be in touch about claiming your prize. All right. And with that, we're going to move on to our next session in this Cloud Security Fest. I hope you all are having fun. I sure am, learning so much. And we are about to learn a heck of a lot more because we have got CrowdStrike on deck now. And presenting for CrowdStrike right now is Brett Shaw, Senior Product Marketing Manager. Brett, it is great to have you on with us for this mega event. Are you there and ready to go, sir?
I am here and I'm ready to go.
Absolutely glad to have you here. I'm going to give the clicker or whatever I give you virtually over to you, and you can take it away, sir.
Awesome. I appreciate it. And again, welcome everybody. I'm glad to be joining you today. It's been an awesome event so far, and we've learned a lot, and hopefully throughout this session, we continue to learn a lot. I'm going to be speaking today about staying ahead of cloud-conscious adversaries. A quick way of introduction, as you heard, my name is Brett Shaw. I am with CrowdStrike, and I'm on our product marketing team here, covering specifically cloud security. And so with that said, let's go ahead and jump into it. We're going to be talking about the cloud threat landscape. We've done some awesome research and have made some great observations into what the cloud threat landscape looks like today and challenges that organizations are facing due to the threat landscape. And then we're going to provide some strategies, if you will, about staying ahead of these adversaries and give an introduction into CrowdStrike Falcon Cloud Security. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it and learn about what's going on in the cloud threat landscape. And this really probably doesn't come as a surprise to anybody, but adversaries are getting smarter and getting faster about attacking and targeting cloud environments. And they know that where organizations go, which is to the cloud, they will follow. And I don't want to say it's a new frontier, but cloud or adversaries are really targeting cloud. Just in the last year alone, we saw a 95% increase in cloud exploitation. And not only that, but our incident response team saw a huge increase, almost a 3x increase in cases involving cloud conscious threat actors. And when I say cloud conscious threat actors, that means they abuse cloud specific features to breach an environment. Their techniques are continuing to grow more sophisticated, and we're seeing lateral movement across cloud, or even them starting on on-prem environment and moving to the cloud. And using different TTPs like this. And like I said, they're getting faster and faster as well with the experience that they're gaining. We observed that the average breakout time went down this last year from 84 minutes just to 79 minutes. And a third of those attacks are less than 30 minutes per instance. And so when I say breakout time, that means from the time that they've infiltrated the environment and moved laterally within the environment, it's only taking on average 79 minutes, which is pretty astounding. And so let's talk about and highlight some of these cloud conscious adversaries. They're, like I said before, they're really understanding cloud technology better and better, and sometimes even better than many organizations and security teams out there. We've seen many of them use valid accounts, but there really are a bunch of ways that they're getting into cloud environments. And again, most of them are caused by human error and overly permissive accounts. We've observed about 60% of workloads are improperly configured, and 28% of workloads are running as root or escalate to root. And so let's highlight some of these cloud conscious adversaries and who they are. Cozy Bear, maybe familiar with Cozy Bear. They are a Russian nation state adversary. We've observed them subvert authentication with single sign-on and enable MFA to authenticate and access services. Moving on to Labyrinth Cholima. They are a North Korean-based threat actor, and they extensively exploit cloud services such as Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive to host malware. You've got Cosmic Wolf, who's a targeted adversary that's supporting Turkish state intelligence. And what they do is they'll target data stored within the victim's cloud environment by using stolen credentials. And from there, they're able to interact with the cloud environment and move laterally and change security group settings and really create havoc across the infrastructure. And finally, Scattered Spider, who is a notorious e-crime group. They're growing very, very aggressively in their use of cloud conscious TTPs. And I actually want to highlight one of their attacks specifically. As we look at this and build this next slide out, again, like I said, they're getting faster and more sophisticated. So let's look at the anatomy of a cloud attack from Scattered Spider. And this is pretty common from what we see. And then gaining access, doing discovery, moving across the account laterally, escalating their privileges, hiding their tracks, and again, causing havoc in the environment. And so how did they do this? As we build this out, first they began with a smishing campaign to get credentials, allowing them to access an AWS environment via Azure Active Directory. They then listed cloud assets and activated AWS Systems Manager inventory. From there, they used and they added MFA for themselves and created new EC2 instances in a new security group to establish that persistence. And from there, they disabled guard duty and attempted to delete existing CloudTrail logs to evade detection. And finally, they used a cloud orchestration tool to deploy ransomware. Again, knowing the adversary, knowing how they operate, gives you a really good chance to win against them. And it starts with this threat intelligence. But again, I do want to highlight, they're getting faster. They're getting down to 79 minutes to conduct an attack like this. And the fastest time we saw was actually 7 minutes. Just this last research that we did with our threat report. And not only that, but the challenges that we see and the attack time, some of this is the decrease that I talked about is due to the cloud being complex. if you really think about it, there's so many technologies out there. There's multi-cloud, there's technologies like virtual machines and containers and serverless. And really with each new cloud deployment comes gaps, comes increased cost, comes point solutions, it comes increased complexity. And adversaries know this, and they're exploiting those gaps between solutions and taking advantage of it. And really, in working with customers, I understand these challenges that these security teams are dealing with, and even moving on, like things like shadow IT, right? Just for employees to get their jobs done on a day-to-day, they'll find workarounds, and it makes it difficult. Talked about the complexity, but the use of multiple clouds and disparate tools can really create those silos across these environments, again, making it difficult for organizations to stop threats today. And really, the ease of deployment and operations, there's a skills shortage out there. That's no surprise to anybody that's out there, but the lack of the necessary expertise and the skill sets can have a significant risk when dealing with these adversaries. And so how do we stay ahead of this? How do we combat this and understand it? Well, let's talk about a few things that we should be looking for when we're thinking about our cloud security strategy. And number one, that is be faster. Be faster than the adversaries. As I mentioned, adversaries are getting faster and faster. So how do we start to become faster than them? Well, we got to consolidate and automate cloud threat detection and response throughout the application lifecycle. And so what does this look like? Well, there's really three key areas required for a cloud security solution, or a CNAPP, if you've heard Cloud Native Application Protection Platform, that should be included here. First, that's pre-runtime protection, right? Stopping human errors and misconfigurations from becoming a threat before an application is ever deployed. And we see cloud apps, they can be deployed hundreds of times and errors can quickly magnify. And you have to have that shift left mentality and that shift left security and capability to stop those issues before they ever arrive, even in the development lifecycle. And then we've seen some organizations, they may have 5,000 endpoints, but their cloud environment is and footprint is much larger, with 10,000 plus containers. And that means the magnification of errors that could happen is exponentially larger and even more lucrative for these adversaries, and they're looking for that. Moving on to runtime protection. So you need a solution that can detect and stop these attacks and this lateral movement in your environment. That I highlighted how those adversaries are working today. And this solution needs to work 100% of the time. You need to have the confidence that it will be there without impacting the production of your systems. It needs to be easy to deploy and manage so you can move fast. As organizations, a huge benefit of the cloud is the scalability and the speed of the cloud. And you need a solution that can scale with it and protect those hybrid and multi-cloud environments and cover the gaps that are there. And finally, agentless protection. Where an agent can't be installed, you need to have that same protection by scanning images and determining any issues. When you think of a supply chain, really, this becomes a very real element of risk that you must address. And so each one of these capabilities need to be paired with, a solution that allows you to automate that detection and respond effectively and move faster than the adversary. So let's move on to strategy number 2. and that's improve your visibility. As I mentioned before, there are gaps out there. Threat actors know this, adversaries know this, that there are gaps out there. So how do we avoid this? Well, let's first understand more what gaps are exactly out there. What am I referring to? And as you move, as you know, probably out there, as you're building out and migrating to the cloud, and using multiple cloud environments and having hybrid environments, organizations find themselves vulnerable to attacks because there's unrecognized security vulnerabilities and there's gaps between clouds, there's inefficiencies, policies may be different, workloads and data running in them can cause trouble as the adversary knows this. And some of those gaps are obviously visibility. We showed where and how adversaries hide in the gaps earlier in this presentation. And if we think deeper about, say, efficiency, duplication, and increased costs, they all stem from using those point solutions and having multiple consoles and different skill sets for each solution, or different team members working on certain things. And finally, compliance. And it becomes harder and harder as you have to establish a baseline that's consistent across your environment. And each deployment and cloud technology varies, as you know, as you're working with them. But it's still critical to avoid any of those regulatory issues that might come up and preventing issues from becoming vulnerabilities in deployment. So this is why customers should be leveraging cloud security tools that cover gaps in order to ensure proper security coverage for their organization. Let's talk about the third strategy, getting smarter. Like I mentioned before, adversaries are getting smarter and smarter. They're the way that they're attacking and targeting cloud. We're seeing that they're becoming more sophisticated and oftentimes understand cloud better than organizations, like I mentioned before. And so an accurate and adversary-based intelligence really stops these sophisticated, sophisticated attacks. And so when we say this, well, it starts with understanding indicators of attack within the environment. And indicators of attack, when I say this, is really focused on detecting the intent of what an attacker is trying to accomplish, regardless of what malware or exploit is used in the attack. And not every solution out there has cloud indicators of attacks that can detect malicious behavior. And these should be enriched with adversary intelligence, as I mentioned before, and updated constantly to stay ahead of them. Secondly, indicators of misconfiguration. As I mentioned, in our research, we saw that 60% of workloads are not configured properly with the right security protections. And even 36% of the detected misconfigurations had unsecure cloud provider settings, which is pretty alarming. And so a solution that identifies these errors and vulnerabilities so that the threat actors can't turn them into a breach is super important. And finally, indicators of compromise. So this is the evidence that might suggest there's an endpoint or workload or network may have been breached. And there you can use these to detect and quarantine suspicious files in the future to prevent more attacks. And so you really need a solution that can provide adversary-based intelligence based on these three topics here. Really, it helps your security teams and incident response teams to lead with built-in adversary intelligence and stay ahead of threat actors today. And finally, our fourth strategy is to match your maturity. So again, I talked about the skills gap that's out there today. Leverage an expert in cloud services to stop these cloud adversaries. And again, what does this look like? And with the lack of skilled personnel to work with knowledge and work efficiently and stop those adversaries, you may have to turn to outside help, where experts, regardless of where you're at in your cloud journey, can help with that, from incident response to cloud threat hunting, and even a fully managed MDR service for the cloud, that organizations can benefit from all of these capabilities. And really, these cloud experts can help you avoid those misconfigurations I talked about. You can leverage them to identify ongoing or even past attacks. You can test out your cloud defenses and stop the breaches before they ever happen. So that's really the fourth strategy. And so to recap, again, with these strategies, to protect your cloud, you can adopt a consolidated and automated CNAP for quicker detection and response. You can have this no gap visibility and protection with a single solution. You can understand your adversary, integrate that cloud threat intelligence into your detections and your response, and close that security gap with cloud expertise. And really, this is where we get into Falcon Cloud Security. Falcon Cloud Security is the industry's most complete CNAP that provides this level of detection and response and intelligence that you need to stay ahead of these adversaries. Really, Falcon Cloud Security stops breaches faster with our unique approach in a single platform. And we cover those key areas, like I mentioned, pre-runtime, runtime protection, and that agentless technology to secure your environment and help you understand your environment. We provide that complete visibility across the whole cloud estate and IT infrastructure. We provide that visibility into cloud and app level risks and map those dependencies and help contextualize data and prioritize that risk based on business impact, and help organizations understand the risk that they may be facing and prioritize that, and give visibility even into unprotected assets and allow customers to easily deploy an agent with one click and provide that protection across the entire environment. We provide great visibility in helping reduce that alert fatigue by correlating the different cloud risks and apps and services so they can really focus on what might have the most impact to business. And that's done through our adversary-based intelligence that feeds into our detection engines and our indicators of attack, and help organizations with that. And not only that, we help organizations shift left by integrating security earlier in that application development lifecycle through leveraging different solutions such as Kubernetes emission controller to help eliminate vulnerable containers and prevent them from ever deploying, image scanning. And we do a lot of this through again, that detection that we have and the expertise we have in preventing that. And I did talk about services, what we're able to provide here and help stay ahead of those adversaries, starting with our 24/7 expertise from our seasoned security professionals. They've got experience in cloud and helping organizations through the response efforts and SOC analysis and even IT administration. We've got continuous human threat hunting that relentlessly hunts for any types of attacks and any hidden threats within the environment. And we can even conduct assessments or consulting services to see any cloud compromise. And this is really what CrowdStrike has to offer. And don't just take it from me, but if you haven't seen this, Forrester came out with a recent publication of the cloud workload security. This came out, I want to say, 2 weeks ago, and CrowdStrike was named a leader in this. And there was 13 different vendors in here that were researched and analyzed and scored based on techniques and the strengths of their current offering. And some of these, we were the highest placement of in the strategy category, as well as receiving the highest score in 10 criteria, including vision and innovation. And if you want to download this and see this, I'll provide a QR code. Then you want to read further into it, I'll provide a QR code here at the end of the presentation that you can look at it and read it for yourself. But all this is made possible through the CrowdStrike Falcon platform. We don't just offer a cloud security solution, but we have a handful of modules that help with all of this. And it's all based on that single agent that's built. It's built on a cloud native platform, so it's easy to deploy and manage. And really, we leverage this AI and this machine learning and this behavioral analysis, and it's really been at the DNA of what we've done for the last decade. And we've trained our models on trillions of data points that we see every single day. And this allows us to predict and stop threats. Again, we've got thousands and thousands of customers, and everything that we see is correlated and pushed out and understood. And every customer, regardless of the module have, receives that same threat detection based on the vector and give them that protection. And that's really where CrowdStrike stands out. And so if you want to learn more about CrowdStrike, you can do that. If you want to learn more about those threats that I was talking about at the front end of this presentation, that's that first QR code. You can read that CrowdStrike 2023 Cloud Risk Report. We do have a cloud security challenge. So if you want to see how Falcon Cloud Security works and understand any type of misconfigurations or indicators of attack within your environment, you can scan that middle QR code. And there's even $1,000 of AWS credits that are involved. And finally, that report that I talked about, the Forrester Wave Cloud Workload Security, you can download that as well and read that and see how Forrester views the cloud security market and where CrowdStrike stands and fits into that. And so with that said, I appreciate it. And I'll actually just leave this page up in case anyone wants to scan those and get to those. But I appreciate your time today, and we'll open it up for about a couple minutes of Q&A.
Hey, thank you so much, Brett, for that presentation. Just fantastic stuff. And unfortunately, you were so chock full of information that you used up all your question time. I'm sorry about that. Sometimes you just have too much to present. I can say, as I was listening to all this and going through it, that what kept striking me, Brett, about your presentation and about the offerings, it was what those of us of a certain age would call soup to nuts. So just completely comprehensive and all-encompassing, and that's what CrowdStrike really offers. And so you see the QR codes up there, and I do want to point out that we had lots of great questions come in, and that you and CrowdStrike are going to follow up with all of those questions. So never fear, if for those questions that came in, you will be hearing from CrowdStrike post haste on that. So once again, Brett, thank you for coming today. It was a pleasure to have you and CrowdStrike on.
Awesome. Appreciate the time and have a great day.
Thank you. And I'm going to put up the CrowdStrike poll question now as well. Hey, did you guys see the CrowdStrike commercial at the Super Bowl this year? One of my colleagues pointed out that they had a commercial, and I remember seeing it, and I thought that was really cool. So you saw them at the Super Bowl, and you saw them here today. That is pretty awesome. So let us know what more resources you would like to see about the CrowdStrike solution. You see the poll up here now. I also wanted to mention we do have a PDF download in the handout section section from CrowdStrike. It's a Falcon Cloud Security data sheet. So Brett was talking about the Falcon Cloud Security toward the end of the presentation there. And so get more information in the handout section about that. Keep filling out the poll question here. And it was just so nice to have CrowdStrike on today and seeing what their solutions are and how they are moving forward and moving the industry forward. Quite frankly, they are just one of the leading edge companies, always coming out with the most innovative stuff. So it was just a delight to have them with us today. All right, before we move on to the next presentation, we have another $300 Amazon gift card to give out. And the winner of this $300 card is Chad Gerard from South Carolina. Way to go, Chad. We will be in touch about claiming your prize. Okay, folks, time to get to our next presentation. And our lineup now features Red Canary. And presenting for Red Canary today is Aaron Landgraf, VP of Product Marketing. Thanks for being here today. Aaron, are you ready to go, sir? Oh, you know what? Let's hear if we have him on. Okay, stand by, folks. Let's find out what is happening now. Okay. In the meantime, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Looks like we are trying to track Aaron down. I'm not sure if this is a technical issue or what is going on, but I'm going to go back here for just a minute to the CrowdStrike solution. I want you to see that, and I'm going to go back one more slide here as well. Actually, one more slide because I want to put the QR codes up there. So let's see what is happening here. We are trying desperately to get hold of Aaron right now, of Aaron Landgraf, and seems to be, I'm not sure where the mismatch is or what is going on. I apologize for all this, folks, but hopefully you're having a great event today. I am learning so much. So leave me some comments here. Let's get all of you involved for a little bit here. Let us know if you're enjoying this. Let us know what kind of things stood out to you. Send me some comments here in that questions tab, and I want to find out what you're enjoying here. Yes, thank you, Jeff. The darn tech gremlins are striking hard now that we're kind of counting down and getting a little bit closer to the end today. So let's see what we can do. For me, I love the CrowdStrike presentation. That was just super informative for me. Love seeing that. All the presentations have just been fantastic today. The Delinea session was great. So many good things. I'm learning a lot more about cloud security that I did not know before. And let's see where we are here. Okay.
I feel like a novice, Keith.
There is Mackenzie. Hey, we asked Mackenzie to hang out, and here he is. Yes, someone who hasn't been doing this as long as some of us, meaning he's much younger than I am.
There you go.
Mackenzie,
still fresh-faced in the field here.
Give me a sense of some of the things that, as someone who is relatively new to the to this level of IT stuff, tell me some of the things that really have stood out to you, that maybe have illuminated you or that kind of have struck you today.
Ooh, man, putting me on the spot.
Does anything really stand out in your mind?
I mean, I think what's so neat is that like the cloud environment is so vast now, and so it's like from 10 20 years ago to now, all the different ways of using cloud, using hybrid, using multiple clouds, and starting to kind of understand the architecture within that and how it all works together.
That's what's really
Yeah.
fascinating to me, because we're all on it, right? Whether it's like your mom's iPad where she has her photos backed up, to incredibly sophisticated architecture around
Right.
securing data. The cloud is so powerful.
It is. It is. And but along with that power comes just amazing complexity. So for those of us who are old enough, that includes me. I mean, I got an MCSE. For those of you who don't know, that's a Microsoft Certified Systems Engineering certificate way back in 2000 when Windows NT was still the thing. And then I also got another MCSE with the new Active Directory, which at that time was brand new coming out. In those days, what you had was a walled garden, what we called a walled garden. Your data center was entirely contained in one location. All of your databases, all of your data in your databases, everything, even your web servers, they were all in one space. And there was basically no entry to the outside except maybe through one firewall. Okay, so that's what we used to have. Now what we have is data everywhere. You have databases everywhere. You have cloud-specific databases. So what this means is the attack surface has multiplied enormously. So the bad guys can be everywhere, and they can get in everywhere. By the way, nice to hear from some of you who have your MCSEs. Yes, rock on, bros and sisters. Yeah. This is back in the day. When, do you all remember this? When there were commercials on the radio that if you got your MCSE, that Microsoft would hire you in a six-figure salary as soon as you got your certification, which at that time meant passing 7 tests. So those were the days, huh, folks? I definitely remember that. But anyway, so Mackenzie, back to that. In those days, it was a lot easier to protect what you had. You knew where everything was. You knew also, an important part, you knew where the attackers were coming from, right? There was only basically one port of entry, right, for them to get into. If you want to use a traveling metaphor, if there's only one harbor, you know where the pirates are coming in from. Okay, that's not the case anymore. So nowadays they could be living anywhere, and there's so many automated attacks. It doesn't even have to be a live person doing it anymore. So it's a different environment, and not only do you have there's environments that are totally public cloud. You have environments that are still some that are on premises only. And then you have the vast majority, which are hybrid, right? So a hybrid environment, of course, are those that have some of their stuff, some of their data on premises and data applications, all the stuff that goes with that. And some of it is up in the public cloud, and there's all kinds of connections in between. So it's a heck of a lot more complicated. Yes, Ernesto, we are dinosaurs, but remember, dinosaurs roamed the earth for millions of years. So we're not done yet, are we?
That's right. Humans are fleeting in comparison.
Exactly. Okay, so we are trying desperately to get hold of Aaron, and if we don't hear from him soon, what we're going to do is we're going to skip a presentation and we're going to go to our next presentation after that. But anyway, Mackenzie, yes. So what we are talking about here is something that, in my opinion, requires automation nowadays, and AI can be such a help as well as a hindrance. I mean, the AI can help the bad guys. It can also help the good guys. But the key here is that everyone is using it. So there's no way to keep up without automation in your environment. And that's where the third parties come in, software as a service. And the security providers that we've had on today, so many of them provide those services for you because it's too much for a small department even to keep track of anymore. And that's why this Cloud Security Fest is so important here. Is those vendors are out there. You need to know who's offering what. This way, in one in one environment rather than calling 9 different vendors. You get them all here lined up one after another, and that's why I think these events are so valuable, because you get to compare and contrast all in one afternoon. And for me, that's of great value to the attendees. So thank you, Adam, for that feedback. Adam says awesome presentation. Richard says great event so far, thank you. And Peter says, if you really want to take a trip down memory lane, let's talk punched cards and green screens. I remember all of that.
There we go. There we go. I feel like I've had like the benefit of the benefit or the curse of seeing everything kind of from the original disk computer up to what we have now. So I've just got enough to understand it all, but when I was using the disks, it was for like, Oregon Trail or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I remember the days of when that old movie War Games with Matthew Broderick back in 1983, I think, was state of the art with these gigantic 5 1/4 inch floppy disks. And that was, that was high tech back in those days. My kids look at that nowadays and they're like, that could never have been actually in a computer ever, Dad. It's impossible. And we had gigantic, 32 kilobyte storage drives and things like that. It was a different era. And so now here I go strolling way back down memory lane for the benefit or to the chagrin of many of our attendees today. So,
okay, I have a question here, Keith.
Yeah,
Jeff just mentioned that his C64 had a cassette tape, but is he telling me that a computer once ran off cassette tapes?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, as you may or may not know, Mackenzie, there is still plenty of data being stored, on magnetic tapes. So a lot of companies still keep backups, and we're talking big companies, big industry leading companies still store data on magnetic tape, because that's something that will never be lost. I mean, it's got to be data that you can take a week to retrieve if it goes south, but you can, it's still in use. So cassette tapes, all of that stuff. I love the comment from Bradford who talks about Whopper. So Whopper, for those of you who haven't seen the movie, is the big military computer that plays war games all day. So thanks for that reminder. Nick Maxwell says, thanks, Grace Hopper, one of the early pioneers in computers. Yes, love it, love it. So keep those comments coming. And we are doing our best to get our speaker on the line. I know our producer behind the scenes is working very hard. Adam Fenton says he remembers playing Dig Dug off of cassette tapes on his uncle's computer. Wow. Nestor Punala says Commodore 64. Oh yeah. Yep. I remember getting a catalog in the mail. Here, I'll definitely age myself here. I remember getting a catalog in the mail from Sears talking about this crazy thing called a CD-ROM, which you could put in your computer and it could play these games, which were like first person sorts of things. And I couldn't even grasp what it was when I was looking through the catalog. I didn't understand what they were talking about back then. My first exposure to a CD-ROM. So just crazy stuff, crazy. But you young pups probably remember your parents talking about those things, right? So yeah, Gorf on the Commodore VIC-20. Fantastic.
I feel like we might need to do a summit on like the evolution of computing and get everyone out.
That is an idea that I love. Like, you need to write that down now. Would you like that, folks? Hey, let's get some feedback now. Radio Shack TRS-80, one of the classic early coding machines. Yes. Would you all love it if we just kind of took a walk through stroll down memory lane, computer history as an event for Actual Tech Media? What do you guys think, huh? I could do this like all afternoon. Ernesto, Castle Wolfenstein. Yeah, I love that idea. So we're going to put something like that on the calendar. I am telling you, I am not kidding. First 3D game I ever saw was called Seventh Guest. Who remembers that? Oh, you know what? Okay. I am seeing a name on here that I definitely wanted to see. So, am I right in saying that we have Aaron Landgraf on now? Aaron, is that you?
I'm here.
All right. Yay.
The one, the only.
Big, massive clap here. Mackenzie, I want to thank you so much for coming on and helping me out. And I want to thank all the attendees for hanging with us while we were getting that technical problem straightened out. It was just so much fun to be on with all of you. I promise we're going to try to get this event on the calendar. In the meantime, Aaron, are you ready to go? Yep. Did I lose you, Aaron? All of a sudden, I cannot hear you, Aaron. All right, Aaron, are you there now? Looks like you might be.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, great. So I am going to turn this over to you right now. You have got the mic, so please take it away.
All right. Thank you so much for having me, and thanks everybody for your patience. My name is Aaron Landgraf. I'm the VP of Product Marketing at Red Canary. Been here for just a few months now, actually. And prior to Red Canary, I spent a little bit over a decade at MuleSoft through Salesforce. So spent plenty of time working with CIOs, enterprise architects, talking about the challenges of the cloud, and now excited to take that conversation to the next level as it relates to some of the challenges we are all experiencing around cloud security. The topic for my conversation today is how organizations are remodeling their security operations center, their SOC, to face some of these very fast-moving, sophisticated cloud-native threats that we read about in the headlines. And perhaps more specifically, what I hope to do is talk to you about some of the patterns we are seeing inside of organizations that are effectively meeting this challenge, for how, again, they are approaching security operations in a way that's really optimized for this modern threat landscape. I won't spend too much time here because, I feel like it's been a topic of conversation throughout the day today. Key point is that when we talk to CISOs, to security operations managers, to SOC managers, to directors of IT security or cybersecurity, what they tell us is that their team's capacity is either flat or growing only modestly, and that the majority of that team's time, energy, and attention is spent protecting and defending the domains that they know and understand well, right? Things like endpoint and network that have been optimized over the past decade, as well as in-house applications that are, fundamentally just difficult to transfer to a third party. So you have to develop expertise there. And they tell us they're feeling the pressure of the gaps in their ability to execute on the needs of the business as it relates to the more emerging domains of identity, email, SaaS, and cloud. And it's predictable that these gaps are only going to widen over time as the business moves more and more of its infrastructure into the cloud, if it's not all there already, as well as the threat actors also moving their TTPs into these environments. And again, who knows the impact that AI will have here? Probably a little bit of both, the ability to help teams operate more efficiently, as well as the ability for the bad guys to do some new novel things that keep us on our toes. And when you look at these gaps in a bit more detail, you start to understand why there's a deficit and why that deficit might grow, right? There's a lot of work to be done in each of these domains. And again, presenting perhaps nothing novel here. What you see across the top is the NIST cybersecurity framework functions. And on the left-hand side are the domains. And the reason I present it in a framework like this is that the traditional approach to problem solving here kind of look like this, right? You basically just find a way to check the box and move on to the next box until you get to bingo, right? And what we know to be true based on, our collective years of experience doing this is it doesn't work, right? And perhaps more importantly, when you take this approach into the modern threat landscape, your organization and oftentimes your partners don't have the capacity to stitch together all of the capabilities that you might be assembling here into something that actually gives you a complete view of what's happening across your entire IT environment. And so, as we talked about from the jump, right, what this means is that you can't just work harder to get yourself out of solving this problem. It's hard to hire more staff, both in terms of budget headwinds, making this unlikely, as well as actually getting access to, say, expertise that has experience across the three major cloud infrastructure platforms is really unlikely. And buying yet another tool, how are you going to get the expertise in-house to use that tool effectively? How are you going to stitch data and alerts together from that tool with all your other tooling? The problem just continues to exacerbate, right? So what we're here to talk about today is a novel approach, right? Not necessarily the approach, but just a different way of thinking about the challenge, one that we at Red Canary have really hardened over the past decade, and one that many of our partner organizations have also optimized with us. And that's this notion of managing your SOC like a product, right? What do great product teams and product managers do? They focus on the most acute, important problems within an organization, right? And in the context of cybersecurity, what that should look like are the types of threats that are both highest likelihood and also highest impact, right? And that becomes your P0 or your P1. And then the next layer down from that are the MITRE attack techniques that show up over and over and over again consistently over the last decade that we need to optimize around. They just show up in different domains with new intensity, right? And when you think about the role of, say, the product manager, they're dependent on data to make decisions on where to invest and how to invest. And oftentimes that data comes from talking to customers, talking to industry analysts, talking to key stakeholders around the business. Our view is that threat intelligence can actually operate as a very effective product manager within your security program to help you identify the threats that are going to be the most prevalent and impactful, to give you the visibility that then allows you, right, to take that intelligence and then prioritize investing in getting visibility and controls against those most prevalent and impactful threats, right? Once you see it, you can then prevent it, right? Not everything is preventable. So you have to build out your detection and response capabilities, and then you just rinse and repeat, right? You keep deepening in the individual domains and then eventually start growing horizontally as well, right? And this is the way that Red Canary has actually operationalized a lot of the intelligence that our teams bring to market that we share with customers. And it's allowed us to create some pretty incredible returns for our customers in context of things like herd immunity from the most prevalent and impactful threats in the market. And here's what this looks like in practice, right? So if you think about the types of patterns that are showing up across your peer group, what we tend to see, at least, is that the risks that are highest impact and highest probability today, a lot of time and attention being paid to ransomware for obvious reasons. You need business resiliency first and foremost against ransomware attacks, and then ways to detect it and prevent it from happening, or prevent it from having business impact anyways. And then account compromise and business email compromise are foundational to a lot of the threats that we at Red Canary observe, specifically in the domain of cloud and identity. In our minds are really two sides of the same coin. And threat actors like Scattered Spider, prime example. So many of their TTPs are actually, cloud native and identity centric. So prioritizing, again, your defense capabilities in these domains is a really smart way to spend your time and energy. The next level of this then, right, once you understand what your security team, what your security program should be focused on, is understanding what you can transfer to other organizations that may have better capability or just more capability than you do, given, again, the headwinds that we talked about earlier on the limited capacity of most security teams, right? And the Gartner stat that I've shown up here, right, I think rings true. And it's actually been trending higher and higher over the years. What Gartner predicts is that by 2025, which by the way is next year, 90% of SOC, security operations centers in the global 2000, will use a hybrid model. And when they say hybrid, quite literally what they mean is their teams will handle certain aspects of security operations, and they will outsource to partners at least 50% of their operational workload. It's really the only way to get ahead and stay ahead, at least for the global 2000, right? And again, when we talk to customers, they often ask us, well, what's your point of view on how we should think about what's transferable and what we have to keep in-house, right? And here's where we landed in the IP that we share with them, right? It is natural to focus your in-house resources, your internal teams, on the threats that are unique to your business or tasks that are extremely high value and would actually be detrimental to transfer to a third party because they create a strategic advantage for you. Or you might also have threats or tasks or operational concerns that require sensitive internal knowledge or sensitive communication that fundamentally can't be transferred to a partner for compliance reasons or other control reasons, right? And then another example down below, right, is just this notion of in-house application security. Again, it's so bespoke to you that it's natural that the threats against that bespoke model would be unique to your business. And then when you think about what is possible, what creates an opportunity to transfer to a vendor or to co-manage, right, with a vendor, it's things like common universal threats. And what I mean here, specifically in the cloud, right, is that based on your security stack, right, your infrastructure as a service hardware, your identity provider as another example, the base threat model for you and a company that has the same security stack as you looks about 80% the same in our experience, right? And again, because these cloud providers are constantly optimizing their tooling as well to harden it, to make it more secure, that point rings even more true, right? So with that in mind, it might not be useful for you to invest your team's very precious time and energy into building out really deep, say, detection and response capabilities across the three major cloud environments, right? Because there's lots of universal threats at play there. Again, automation is a huge opportunity, not necessarily outsourcing to a partner, but just outsourcing to a machine that can do, say, detection as code, as an example. Or what we run into often with a lot of the organizations that we work with who have, in their own words, boring networks, right? Boring environments, is that they actually don't have the internal skill or know-how to understand what to do when these cloud threats emerge. Even if you have a posture management tool that is telling you that a cloud alert has surfaced, you might not know what to do with that cloud threat, specifically in a time frame that's going to be viable for you to isolate it before it impacts your business. So again, yet another example of what you might think about bringing in a partner. Again, unlikely that the partner will be able to do all those things for you, but we hear a lot of orgs talk about co-managing some of these newer domains. And this is, again, back to the framework. This is just meant to be exemplary, to stir conversation about what is possible to think about, again, transferring to organizations outside your existing team. because of that notion of the universal threat model, right? That because across network, endpoint, email, and identity, there's actually a lot of similarities that you share with other organizations that look like you, right? These become viable candidates. And then I'll just quickly close here before we open it up for Q&A. That, the company that I work for, Red Canary, we're known in the marketplace as the creators of managed detection and response as a category. And really, our security operations platform was built to enable this notion of intelligence-led security operations, right? So we have these elite experts. We have an intelligence team that is feeding our detection engineers with the latest and greatest, quite literally, intelligence around what we need to protect our 1,000 plus customers from. We can very quickly turn those, signals into code that then protects our entire customer base, giving them herd immunity. And I'll just flash again quickly here the types of domains that we provide coverage for. So we offer managed detection and response across endpoint, identity, SaaS, cloud, IoT, OT, and network. And then beyond MDR, we also help customers plan for and prepare for these, cloud native threats by doing things like readiness exercises. A perfect example of a readiness exercise would be running through a simulated scattered spider attack where the threat actor actually creates credentials in your environment that gives them access to Slack, that gives them access to your Zoom portal, so that when you spin up your incident response team, they're actually in there with you. What do you do in those situations? What is your offline method of communicating when the threat actors are actually in there with you, observing your response to what they do, right? And just thinking about that in a practice setting makes you much more prepared for what to do when, in a terrible situation that it happens to you in real time. And our shared goal that we literally share with customers is don't get breached, right? We know it's important to you. We take that on as part of our joint goal and make sure that it doesn't happen, right? And the way that this plays out across, our customer base, we serve organizations of all sizes across all industries, is that we allow them to focus on the security needs that are unique to their business, to keep their focus on the security priorities that are most strategic to their business, to help them keep up with the emerging threat landscape, because we're looking at the threat landscape again across thousands, over 1,000 customers. And at the end of the day, really help them stay focused on their mission, whatever that mission might be. And it's our mission to make sure, companies can keep that focus. So I'll close with just a few links to additional resources and welcome any questions that the audience may have at this time.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Aaron. Outstanding presentation. Love seeing what Red Canary is doing. I'm going to leave these questions, this slide up here for a minute, and then we're going to move to the poll question too. But I want people to be able to click on these first while we get going with the questions. So, first up for you today, what emerging threats deserve SOC attention? So SOC, just for those who don't remember or don't know, is Security Operations Center.
Yeah, thanks. It's interesting, right? That, the top 1 to 2 threats that we see have been the same over the past 5 to 7 years, and they involve things like PowerShell, for Pete's sake. But what is fascinating is that cloud account compromise has actually gone from, I think last year across our customer base, it was in, we rank these things, right, based on how prevalent they are. It was in the low 40s, and now it's number 4, right? And so It just goes to show you that when it comes to securing your cloud, you have to start by making sure that you're putting controls in place to both, protect your users and also make sure that there is this weird / new notion in cloud security in particular that, you may have your employee Bob who's actually sitting in Thailand doing work, right? But you just don't know. So
Right.
you have to start thinking about risk a little bit differently and responding to threats a little bit differently, because cloud accounts have a human associated with them. So you have to start hardening your practices and procedures around what it looks like to actually reach out to those humans to understand what's happening on the ground floor. Yeah.
For sure. For sure. Okay. I'm going to put up the poll question now. And this one is, how can Red Canary help your organization right now? So please start voting in that poll and let them know. Operators are standing by, as I like to say. So keep voting as we go forward. And I also wanted to remind everyone that Red Canary did give us a great handout. And this is a link to a Gartner SOC model guide, which provides a framework for a robust SOC. Man, that is just an awesome resource. So check that out as well while we continue to go through the questions. Okay, next up for you right now, Aaron, how does Red Canary work alongside my existing security infrastructure?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. I appreciate it. And again, we understand that we are coming into oftentimes pretty complex and pretty messy existing security stacks. And so the way to think about it, right, is that we bring together your alerts as well as oftentimes your log data, depending on the system, and we create a filter mechanism, right, that helps you take action, if you want, only on the threats that we believe to be most impactful and most important to your business, right? So we do that via integration to your tech stack. Know too that a lot of our customers do a lot of that work in their SIM already. They might use Splunk as an example as their SIM. And so they actually have us sit alongside their SIM and again, provide that filter mechanism to make sure only the alerts and the detected threats that matter actually make it into the SIM. And we cut out all the noise that we know is not a real threat. Just to back that up, right? We ask our customers to confirm that the threats that we send them are, real, right? And we have a 99.2% threat accuracy rate. So we really pride ourselves on this ability to be a very powerful filter for organizations to sift through the noise and really focus on the signal that matters to your security team.
Absolutely. I mean, alert fatigue is real, folks. There's just no doubt about it. And it ends up hurting you eventually, because then you start changing your thresholds and then you're going to miss important ones. I guarantee it, in time. So great stuff, Aaron. Next one up. And this sounds like it might be coming from someone who needs to propose this to their CISO. So this question is, how do you prove the value of investing in security operations?
Yeah, it's funny. In a previous life, right, I spent a lot of time working with DevOps teams, and then actually had a stint with RevOps teams and BizOps teams as well. And it's a challenge for all those groups, right, to highlight the importance of becoming more efficient as an organization, right? Because that's really what we're talking about here. How do you make your people, who are, again, a super, super precious commodity? It's so darn hard to hire and retain security professionals. Like, you got to make sure that you're optimizing them in every way, shape, and form that is possible. And so when we talk to our customers about, again, the value that they are deriving from us, a lot of it actually starts with looking at how much it would, say, cost, right, to replicate some of the operational benefits that you get from Red Canary by building it yourself or by hiring 1 to 2 or 3 more humans. And that makes it pretty darn simple and straightforward, right? You can do an analysis that says, here's what Red Canary is going to cost me if I went out onto the market and had to build out a tiering system of a tier 1 analyst, a tier 2 analyst, and a tier 3 analyst with maybe one more for some redundancy. The ROI and the business case becomes very straightforward and very simple. And then what's also embedded in there is things like opportunity cost, right? Like, if you're going to spend your team's time and energy building out deep detection and response capabilities in the cloud, versus which will take 6 to 12 months versus getting those capabilities. I'll call it overnight. We'll give it a month to 2 months to onboard to the platform, right? What happens in that 4 months of extra time that your team gets back? What else are they able to do that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do because you're transferring those responsibilities to somebody else? So those are the two dimensions of how organizations tend to think about the value of our solution.
That's a really important factor, because what you're describing is opportunity costs too there, and not only those factors, but you have to compare the cost of any solution, including Red Canaries, against the cost, both financial, reputational, and otherwise, of breaches, of
right.
compromises.
Yeah.
And how do you put a legitimate price on that? We've been talking about those kinds of things all day. And so what is the cost of doing nothing? Much higher than pretty much any other cost we're talking about. So all of those factors. Okay, there's one more I think we can squeeze in here today, Aaron, and it's this one. What kind of a learning curve does Red Canary come with? How easy or hard is it? How quickly can you get set up with it? How long does it take for your staff to get comfortable with it? Those kinds of questions.
Yeah, here's what's interesting, right? Like we have customers who actually never log into the portal to be a user of the platform, right? They may log in and tick through our intelligence profiles, right? Which is just like reading a web page. But we have the ability to actually step in and not only detect the threats, but also respond to the threats for you, right? So just know that that's an option out there if your team has very, very limited capacity and limited ability to learn new tooling, right? And then the second profile of customer teams with our security experts. So we go through the process of setting up the integrations for you, right? We go through the process of combing through the various threats that are coming in to prioritize what is most important to you. And then what you see is actually a timeline for each threat that helps you understand the beginning, middle, and end of what transpired relative to that threat. And again, it's almost like reading a book, right? So our customers tell us that the platform is actually very intuitive. Most of the onboarding comes from, getting your systems ready, getting the software integrated, which is what we do for you, and then tuning and hardening with our team the types of alerts, the sensitivity of the alerts that you want to see, and what you want our team to handle versus what you want to handle with your teams. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, perfect. It's exactly what organizations need to hear. Well, Aaron, it has been an absolute delight to have you on today. Thank you so much for educating us about Red Canary and what they're doing. This was fascinating, and I learned a lot. And just want to thank you for your time and for that great presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, this is great. Had a lot of fun.
Me too. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, everyone. I'm going to leave this poll up for one more second because we have got a prize drawing here. We have another $300 Amazon gift card to give away. And the winner of this one is Kim McNeese from Texas. Congratulations to you, Kim. We will be in touch about getting you your prize. Folks, and then there was one. We have come now at last to the final presentation in the Cloud Security Fest 2024 Summit. The session comes from TrueFort, and presenting for TrueFort is Matt Hathaway, the Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer. Matt, it is so great to have you here today. I am going to turn this over to you right now.
Thanks. It's great to be here. I just want to quickly talk through from TrueFort why you should expect security incidents and how microsegmentation can help you limit the impact of them. Big focus here. A lot of people talk about assume breach. This is kind of a step before that because security incidents aren't necessarily a breach when they occur, but you're going to have them all the time. So that's really the concept of why microsegmentation can stop it from becoming a true breach. So let's dig in. Today's agenda, I want to talk about the visibility gap in production environments, whether they're on premises, private cloud, public cloud. There's a lot of similarities between all of those environments that we hear from our customers, and we're very focused on helping them resolve. There's a few different examples of how cyber attackers take advantage of this known visibility gap, being able to hide in that noise, and then how you can gain control and take back these environments with the agents you probably already have installed today. So first, starting with that visibility gap, there's a few consistent things that we hear from our customers and various, whether it's network security teams, cloud security teams, whoever really owns trying to secure these very high value targets that are production environments. The first real thing is just how complex these environments are. A lot of organizations have a mix of physical bare metal servers, virtual machines that they are hosting in their on-premises environment, and even cloud, whether it's public cloud or cloud native, whatever the technology. But there's a pretty solid blend across every organization that we hear about, from legacy systems that can never be upgraded or migrated to cloud environments where they have no access to the server itself. This consistent theme of what are they worried about? Which ones are the crown jewel applications? How do those operate? What insiders have access, and how can you protect yourself against that compromise? And of course, what everybody hears about all the time now, ransomware. How do you prevent ransomware from spreading and prove that to your auditors so that you can consistently say we're both secure and compliant? There's just so much complexity here. And what that leads to is this consistent theme we hear, that the security is weakest on the internal network. We have a great deal of tools out there that are very strong on the server itself. People typically have endpoint protection, endpoint detection response deployed, whether it's the big vendors out there. That's very consistent theme that we hear again and again. That is not the concern. There's a lot of anti-malware protection. The server itself is quite protected. The perimeter has a great deal of tools. If you're on premises, next gen firewalls, your web application firewalls, your gateways, there's a lot of tools in place. But then if you're in the cloud, CSPM is helping you identify misconfigurations, insecure ways that people have access, and all of those great ways to really harden the entry to this network. But once someone is in, there's a great deal of visibility challenges. Their production environments are sensitive. They need to be highly operational and constant uptime, and you don't want a lot of people with access because it puts the data at risk. And so because of that, we frequently hear that is the biggest concern, and really the known spot in a lot of organizations, that they don't know exactly what's happening and whether something has been compromised until it's too late. Part of this is a lot of tools that are out there today. Yes, there's a great deal of value in application security, right? That's protecting you against vulnerabilities, code exploits, out-of-date software libraries, anything that could execute in that application layer. There's a ton of tooling. There's scanning tools before the code even reaches the application. And then there's also API security. It very much looking at what data is being transferred, what kind of rogue APIs may be available for somebody to compromise. All of these tools are, again, extremely valuable, but what they don't understand is what's running in the containers, what's running on the host itself at the operating system level, what's being transferred on the network. None of those are covered by API and application security tools. So this continues to kind of expose why there is such a visibility gap, such a protection gap within the network. And what we hear consistently is no one team can see the entirety of all of this activity, what's going on the network. Good example. So lateral movement, it happens all day, every day. Data is transferred from one application to another. It can be transferred from the database of one application through a couple of different workloads to reach another database. Whatever is necessary for day-to-day business to happen makes a lot of noise and a lot of confusion. And typically, application owners are focused purely on uptime and preventing outages, as they should. Developers often don't have access to the production environment because their hands are off once they have checked the code in and pushed it to production. So this leaves security teams with the big challenge of speaking with anybody in the organization who can tell them what is running and why, and what can we block, what can we stop, what should we make sure we never prevent from happening. There's a real challenge of getting, okay, these accounts are what's running the various automation on these systems, and that's only within application A. Application B should never have that sort of command executed, that service account used. And also looking at the frequency, if something happens thousands of times a day versus if it happens once a month for a patching update, all of these are kinds of activity are just kind of a black box and unavailable for somebody to start to say, we're rolling out security controls. Let's stop and start blocking traffic that could be suspicious or malicious. This is all feeds into that continued challenge of the visibility gap. And so they can't explain a lot of risky activity. When you start to see, oh, well, there's remote desktop connections being opened in your organization, that could be completely fine. In another organization, that may be an immediate sign of something is wrong. But if you don't know and you don't have that activity, the ability to view and understand what is happening in a normal day, it's really, really difficult to start to say this is bad, this is unusual, because these tools have value, they have a need. Your administrative team is going to need to make changes throughout the day to make something misconfigured, to configure it a better way, to improve performance, to spin up and down various nodes within your cloud environment. All of these things have to be possible, and they can tend to look like really suspicious activity if you don't know your specific environment. You can set policies, but some things have been running the same way for 10 years. And if you set a policy now, how do you know that policy, what the impact will be, and if everything is in policy today? So all of these are this continued challenge. So at that, let's take a look at why this is so concerning. Because cyber attackers, they study this sort of thing. They've learned a great deal over time. We all know they communicate with one another. Cyber criminals tend to buy tools from others, learn tips and tricks. So they take advantage of this known gap. Sure, it's very rare that the first thing they compromise is to get right inside your data center or your cloud. But there's a chance that that's where they're headed. That's where they want to target, because that's where all the sensitive data is, whether it's customer data, whether it's privacy data, whatever. They're probably targeting something they can monetize, which would be in this environment itself. And that's why, cyber attacks are not a breach at first, right? They compromise one server, they access somebody's account because of falling for a phishing attack. That is not a breach. That's a normal day-to-day security incident. That's what we need to expect. That's what we should always assume will occur in our organizations. But what we have to worry about is when they start to spread. Ransomware encrypting one laptop is a pain, but unfortunately, that's probably just going to take one employee offline for a day as you grab a backup and tell them to disconnect from the network. Stolen credentials aren't meaningful until you've gained access and use them and move laterally to a different server, to something with more sensitive information on it. Software supply chain attacks are the perfect example. They often get into the news. It's vulnerable software, but it's not until they're exploited and used to move again that that's a real issue. And that can be very hidden if you don't know what software is used in your organization, but also how it normally behaves. It's not simply the fact that it's exploited, it's when that software is exploited, it'll start to behave in a very different way. And lateral movement is not just network connections. A lot of people think of it as, oh, well, I'll just look at my traffic, I'll deploy more and more firewalls. But that just tells you IP address to IP address what is being transferred. It's not being clear enough in telling you specifically this application was what ran on this application was what was running. This service account was what executed the command. This connection should occur, and it typically does occur. None of that is really clear when you're just looking purely at network connections. You need a lot more context to understand the who, the what, the when, and where that we spoke of before. And again, going back to that visibility gap and the fact that attackers are aware of it, they are using out-of-the-box applications as much as possible. They are doing anything to evade discovery. They're not going to exploit some 0-day that they have in their back pocket until it's absolutely the only way they see a possibility of continuing this attack and moving and spreading. What they're going to do is they're going to try to use all those tools I mentioned before, remote login, remote desktop, any sort of tool that gives them access to another system. And that way they can blend into what could be normal in an organization. They're using legitimate tools that you probably have or somebody in your organization has used before. They're going to try to use that to avoid triggering any sort of indicators of attack that malware would, that just kind of being noisy and using all the known malicious tools. They're not going to do that. They're trying their best not to. And so that's where you need to really understand how does everything behave in your environment? How are tools used by humans? How is the automation operating? What kind of tools does that use? How is data transferred between servers? This is all really key. And what I want to talk about today is really our mission at True4 is how you can gain control through the agents you already have installed, how you can start at that baseline understanding, because it really is a 3-step process. The most important first step, that visibility gap, you have to get tools in place to help you alleviate it. We today at True4 can use the SentinelOne and CrowdStrike agents you already have. We do this frequently with our customer base. It can be hundreds of thousands of servers. If you have CrowdStrike or SentinelOne installed, we'll turn it on and start mapping the telemetry that those tools provide you, but we'll be mapping it in a very different way. They're looking for all the malicious activity. Our focus is on what's legitimate, what is normal. And so we will baseline that. We will apply machine learning to say, this is the activity that occurred. This is what we've identified as normal. And that will start to show you with context of all the different servers and workloads that are being used, what command is being run on them, what sort of IP traffic you're seeing, what protocols, what ports, but all of it connected to what happened on the operating system, and then what is being transmitted on the network, and what is receiving it, and what process and user is receiving it on the other end. So all of that kind of context, that business context, is something that you can bring to your operations team, to your application team, and work with them to say, this is what we're seeing and start to develop and understand with all of that mapping, but also the baseline over time of what was seen, get you into that enforce mode. A lot of organizations struggle to get to enforce, to get approvals internally to enforce because of the high risk that a blocking activity, a blocking policy could cause an outage, which would immediately cost you more money than a potential security incident in the future. So let's talk about those steps real quickly. So application behavior mapping, basically it's all of the pieces I mentioned before, but looking at on a application by application basis, because whether you have legacy applications or you have an application that your team just stood up this year and it's using the latest cloud native tooling, all of them should behave only as that application does. And you can start to profile. And if there's servers that spin up and down, there's auto scaling, you still should have profiles for the workloads within each application that differ from similar workloads, similar servers, similar operating systems that are being used to run in a different application. So this is key to map this and have it on an application by application basis. And this is something that you need to have in place before you can get that confidence level inside the organization that we can start to block what hasn't been already profiled, that hasn't already been suggested as a policy by True4. And then the step before you get to blocking, let's talk about anomaly alerting. So this is not specific to detecting a cyber attack most of the time. What it starts to do is give you better and better confidence and be able to expand the number of blocking policies that you have when you start in alert mode. XDR alerts, SIM alerts, they're very, very focused on what's a known malicious activity. That's not what we're here to help you do. We're here to show you what is abnormal in your environment so that you can move into that blocking mode. And so given that, our customers, we'd love to talk to you further. Our customers at True4, they get a great deal more value out of their existing agents, CrowdStrike and SentinelOne agents that they have deployed today. There's always a big barrier to deploy yet another one, and that's what we're trying to help you avoid. We gain clarity for the business. That our customers tell us that they are able to talk to other departments more, even show them things they didn't know were happening, and sometimes find misconfigurations that are slowing things down and hindering performance. And then they get control of lateral movement. They're able to dictate what should be permitted and not worry that it's going to be an issue. So that's what I came to cover today. Thanks for joining me. I'd really love to stick around and get into some audience questions.
And we would love that too. Matthew, thank you so much for that great presentation. Now, while we get the questions ready for you, I'm just going to put up the final poll question of the event. Please let us know what additional information you would like to see from True4 while we go through these. I also want to mention that this is your last chance to get the handouts. We have a great PDF from True4 about microsegmentation through CrowdStrike Falcon agents. Ooh, now that sounds very cool. So be sure to check that out for more details as well. All right, Matthew, you ready to go for some questions now?
Let's do it.
All right, outstanding. First one up today. Since this is a cloud security event, how does microsegmentation differ in the cloud versus the data center? That's a really interesting one.
Yeah, so it's a good question. The concepts are the same, but a lot of tooling is where there's a big differences. What you're able to push to enforce policy in the cloud, if you don't have access to the server themselves, oftentimes, you need to be able to push policies to the cloud provider itself to be able to manage security groups as far as access is concerned. Whereas in the data center, you probably be pushing everything to a host firewall on the Windows or Linux server to start to prevent and block traffic. So it really needs to be tailored to each. And any microsegmentation solution should have a means to adapt all of what you're trying to do, your global policies as an organization, to both of those types of environments, because they do differ. But a lot of people have virtual machines running in both situations, and so in that case, it would actually be very, very similar how you would enforce policy.
And it's also going to be super challenging in either environment. I mean, microsegmentation is a complex thing to handle for sure. Okay, next question. If I am a CrowdStrike customer, what would I need to license for True4 to work?
Yeah, it's actually quite simple for CrowdStrike customers to take advantage of True4 to get the visibility needed. You know, that real starting point of understanding and mapping all activity in your environment. You really just need their EDR module to be able to get all of that telemetry that True4 can use and analyze all of that as the starting point and not need another agent. Some customers choose to wait for the next piece, but when you're ready to go into enforcement mode, you will need their firewall manager, which is essentially giving CrowdStrike, and by way of that, TrueFort access to push blocking policies directly to the host firewalls of all of your servers. So you can either wait until your organization is ready to shift into blocking mode, or get that to start and test it out and see it from the very beginning.
Okay, sure seems very simple though, which is nice to hear. Okay, up next, in the past, says Ask One attendee, we were unable to be successful with a different microsegmentation vendor. What are some best practices for rolling out microsegmentation?
Yeah, this is something we've run into a lot with our customer base. They've had a project before, they've dealt with early stages of a vendor before. Oftentimes they've been directed, when we hear that they are failed projects, to roll it out everywhere. What we really suggest and what we've seen most successful is to get some early wins to be able to show the rest of the organization that this is achievable, focusing on either your legacy systems, various servers that can't be upgraded because of the need for them to run what they do, or your critical, as a lot of people call it, kind of crown jewel applications that have probably the most sensitive data. Starting there with 50, 100, 200 servers is really a great starting point. You find that success, you show it to the business, you justify this project's real. We can get into a very secure, segmented mode. That's really what we suggest everybody kind of start out small, get the visibility everywhere, but don't try and enforce everywhere, or it's going to feel like it's never ending and never complete.
That makes a lot of sense. I think the old saying for that is drinking from a fire hose, right? It's
Right.
too much at once, so that's a good way to do it. Okay, let's see. We got time for maybe one or two more questions. Here's another one that talks about CrowdStrike. So, you mentioned that TrueFort leverages CrowdStrike and SentinelOne agents. How do you protect older or less mainstream operating systems? And let's face it, Matt, there's a lot of those still out there, aren't there?
That's right. We often hear cloud migration is a 10-year project, and a lot of organizations don't know that they'll ever fully be able to eliminate all of those older systems. So we do actually offer support for a lot of different operating systems that the mainstream vendors no longer support because they have to serve the masses. We have, because our focus really on the data center and cloud, we have things like Unix support, Solaris, and older versions of Microsoft Server, or Windows Server, I should say, as far back as 2003. And there's no need to, so we can deploy our agent in those servers while keeping and sticking with single agent from either CrowdStrike or SentinelOne on the vast majority of your systems.
Got it. Hard to believe that there's still Windows Server 2003 out there, but you're right. That's absolutely correct.
I mean, we run into AIX and a variety of operating systems that you don't anticipate, but they just have been running successfully for 20 years, and they're going to keep running that way.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Okay, final thing I've got for you today, Matt, and I really appreciate your time and insights in this Q&A session. You've whet a lot of appetites here with the presentation. So if somebody wants to get started with TrueFort or take that next step, what do you recommend they do right after this event today?
Yeah, the easiest to do is go to truefort.com. You can request a demo from the top. You can peruse and find a lot of various videos and collateral about what we do. If you want to kind of poke around and learn more for yourself, I suggest starting there. But we're happy to do a custom demo, get somebody from the team scheduled to walk you through the platform and how we could make you successful, as easy as clicking that demo request form.
Outstanding. And I'm going to leave this poll question up here for a little while longer. Matthew, thanks for being with us today. And thank you for closing out this Cloud Security Fest in truly spectacular fashion.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, folks, and I am going to leave that poll question up for a little bit longer and remind you again to go to the handouts section and get one last chance to download the handouts from all of our vendors today. And now we come to the final prize drawing of this Cloud Security Fest 2024 Summit. That is a long name, but it was... it's fitting for a long event. And for this very last one, folks, we're giving away the two biggest prizes. So it's time to get excited all over again. First, I'm going to give away the last $300 Amazon gift card of the event. And that goes to Ashley Deans from Maryland. Shout out to Maryland, which is where I am as we speak. And now we're going to give away the two grand prizes, those iPhone 15 Pros, and those are fantastic phones. I've got one here on my desk right now. So the winners of the two iPhone 15 Pros are, is everyone holding their breath? Jason Medina from Illinois and Matt Fox from California. You two have won the iPhone 15 Pros, and you are two of many winners today. Had so many of you winning, and we love to see that. Now, if you stepped away for a minute or two during the event, if you missed a prize announcement, do not worry. If you won something, we will be reaching out and getting a hold of you, so you will not miss it. I promise you. So, with that, folks, wow. What a great day we have had. I know I have. I've loved having that long discussion with you about, walking down memory lane, some of that ancient history. And if you love this event today, remember that we can do this for you too. We would love to hear from you to help you determine which of our hundreds of events each year would be a good fit for you, or perhaps a custom webinar is something you'd be interested in, where we craft everything tailored to your specific needs and your specific audience. So if that is intriguing to you, please reach out with an email to connect@actualtechmedia.com for more information. I promise you, we will be back with you ASAP. So this was all about security today, but of course you can never get enough security coverage. Am I right? We've got another one coming up tomorrow that features Rubrik. It starts at noon Eastern time, which is of course 9 a.m. Pacific time. And I promise it'll be a shorter event than today. But today was a lot of fun. I think it was worth all the time spent. It certainly was for me. On behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank all of our presenters for putting together fantastic presentations and demos and Q&A sessions. I want to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible, and that includes TierPoint, Axis, Delinea, 1111 Systems, Zerto, Rubrik, CrowdStrike, Red Canary, and TrueFort. And finally, last but never least, I want to thank all of you attendees for your amazing patience and endurance through a long but hopefully illuminating event. It was so much fun for me to be here with you. And folks, now we are out of here. So your next step is to go hug your Valentine.